I'd like to call this Redevelopment Commission meeting for February 6th, 2024 to order at 6:41 p.m. Please rise for the pledge.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan.
Here.
Nick Recupido.
Here.
Greg Parker.
Here.
Mary Joan Dixon.
Here.
Julie Rivera. Here. Chuck Becker.
Here.
Richard Teal.
Here.
Tracy Haskell. Here. Tim Vassar.
Here via Zoom.
I am present. Jeff Bungie.
Present.
David Austin. And Cheryl Hyduke is absent this evening.
Thank you. All right, consent agenda. Item 1, approval of the January 23rd, 2023 special meeting minutes. And number 2, claims are fund number 404, $0, and fund 804 in the amount of $1,799.59. Jen, now that was for Crone and Associates, I believe, for professional services?
Yes, and that was actually a check that we needed to reissue. So last year, we sent them payment for services through July of 2023. And because of the scammers and thieves of the world now, someone had actually stolen that check out of the mail and fraudulently cashed it. So we worked with that bank, our bank, and everyone to get it all corrected, and so we just recently finally received the monies back from the bank, and we were able to turn around and reissue payment to Crone & Associates for that. We're actually really lucky that Crone & Associates was so understanding and let us kind of wait until we received reimbursement to turn around and pay them.
Thank you. Do we have any questions about that? All right, I'd like to get a motion, if I could, for the minutes and also the claim.
So moved.
Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a first by Greg Parker and a second by Chuck Becker. Roll call vote.
Robert Carnahan.
Yes.
Nick Recupido.
Yes.
Greg Parker.
Yes.
Mary Joan Dixon.
Yes.
Julie Rivera.
Yes.
Chuck Becker.
Yes.
Richard Teal.
Yes. Vote passes 7-0. To old business now, discussion on the Explore Everyday Community Recognition Program future. So I know last time, we're still holding off on next month with the Bigby Coffee, but as far as the program's future, has anybody had any ideas of what we're thinking on doing moving forward with this, or?
I've had some suggestions that we do it quarterly.
Okay.
Yeah, just in my experience, being on the council last year, I felt like if we did it every month, it kind of loses its luster.
Yeah, that was my thought,
Yeah.
exactly.
We're gonna run out of businesses.
Yeah.
So would you like a motion to start the program quarterly?
Yeah, unless we have any other discussion on that beforehand.
I'll make a motion to award Explore Every Day on a quarterly basis.
I'll second it.
All right, we have a motion to extend it to quarterly instead of monthly by Julie Rivera, and a second by Mary Joan Dixon. Can I get a roll call vote?
Robert Carnahan.
Yes.
Nick Recupido.
Yes.
Greg Parker.
Yes.
Mary Joan Dixon.
Yes.
Julie Rivera.
Yes.
Chuck Becker.
Yes.
Richard Teal.
Yes. Vote carries 7-0. All right, do we have any written communication?
I am not aware of any.
Nothing? Okay. All right, we'll open it up to public comment for redevelopment. Any public comment for redevelopment?
Could I comment or ask a question, Rich?
Sure.
We have our, both of our liaisons, well, one's on Zoom and one's in person. I have to ask you guys, and this, while you're here, because you probably won't be here for the council meeting, is there ever any discussion between the town and the school corporations regarding any type of development and, you know, can you handle it type of deal? Can you handle more homes? Can you handle more schools?
To be 100% honest,
Or schools.
Old Talk, they were the very first developer in the fall, sent us a letter about the property on 141st and Parish. sent the design, how many homes and everything, and asked if the school corporation would be able to handle it. Our superintendent responded to them, and Plan Commission, they had to update something, and I believe it was in November, October, November, they sent us another one with those updates, with same question. They are the absolute only developer that has ever done that, from what because I've asked, has this ever happened in the past? Everybody in the school administration building said no. Has the town ever updated? I've also got the answer, no. This is my 4th year on, and the town has never discussed new developers coming in, how many homes, neither in St. John or Cedar Lake,
Okay,
to be 100% honest.
okay. I think we'd like to change that,
Yeah.
this council, to make sure all stakeholders can, we're gonna have discussions in council meeting about utilities and stuff like that, but,
When I got on 3 years ago, listening to everything, because they already had the plans for Red Cedars, and listening to everything, I said, do you know about this development that just got approved, and this one that got approved, and like, they went pale and looked at me like, are you kidding me? And I think if they would have had some of that information, it would have helped in the planning of that new school.
okay.
I think it was, probably should have been built a little bit bigger, to be honest.
Okay.
But
Well, I'm glad to
can't
know,
fix the past, but you can only fix the future.
I'm glad to know we have even more to work on now. Tim, do you have any comment on that? Are you on Zoom?
Yes, I'm on Zoom, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, this is my 2nd year of serving as a liaison, and I've had no discussions in the past with the Cedar Lake Commission at all about building projects that would encompass any Crown Point school areas whatsoever.
Okay.
So you all being willing to talk with us and work with us is quite refreshing.
Okay, very good.
Tim, I did have some discussion with the superintendent about Schilling's development, but I didn't have it with the school board.
Okay, yeah, because that would be great, since Tracy and I are serving, that we can take back that information then to our school board and our superintendent, because I believe that's what our purpose is as a liaison.
Okay, all right, thank you, sir. That's all I have,
You're welcome.
Mr. President.
All right, good question, thank you, Nick. All right, do we have any more public comment? No more public comment? Seeing none, this meeting is adjourned, 6:49 PM.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Town of Cedar Lake Town Council public meeting for February 6, 2024. Before we get going, we want to send our condolences and prayers to the family of Chief Todd Wilkening. He lost his mother-in-law, Miss Wicker, a couple days ago, so we want to observe a moment of silence for them after the pledge. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thank you all. Ms. Sandberg, roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan,
Here.
Julie Rivera,
Here.
Chuck Becker,
Here.
Mary Joan Dixon,
Here.
Richard Keel,
Here.
Greg Parker,
Here.
Nick Recupido.
Here.
I am present. Jeff Bungie,
Present.
David Austin.
Present. All right, thank you, ma'am. First item would be oaths of office, fire department. Chief Mager?
Yes, council, tonight we have Mr. Jose Begarin and also Mr. Colin Turner with our replacement hires here for the swearing in.
Okay, who's first?
Jose, why don't you go first?
All right, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Jose Begarin Delgado,
I, Jose Bulgarian Delgado,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully support
that I will faithfully support
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution and laws of the State of Indiana,
the Constitution and laws of the State of Indiana,
the ordinances of the Town of Cedar Lake,
the ordinances of the Town of Cedar Lake,
and the rules and regulations of the Cedar Lake Fire Department,
and the rules and regulations of the Cedar Lake Fire Department,
and that I will faithfully,
and that I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and honestly discharge
honestly discharge
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
as a firefighter EMT,
as a firefighter EMT,
to which I have been appointed
to which I have been appointed
according to the law
according to the law,
and to the best of my skills and ability,
and to the best of my skills and abilities,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations. All right, please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Colin Turner,
I, Colin Turner,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully support
that I will faithfully support
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution and laws of the State of Indiana,
the Constitution and laws of the State of Indiana,
the ordinances of the Town of Cedar Lake,
the ordinances of the Town of Cedar Lake,
and the rules and regulations of the Cedar Lake Fire Department,
and the rules and regulations of the Cedar Lake Fire Department,
and that I will faithfully,
and I will faithfully,
impartially,
impartially,
and honestly discharge
and honestly discharge
the duties of my office
the duties of my office
as a firefighter EMT,
as a firefighter EMT,
to which I have been appointed
to which I have been appointed
according to the law
according to the law,
and to the best of my skills and ability,
and to the best of my skills and abilities,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations.
While they're bringing family up to do pictures, a little bit about Colin. Colin started his career in the fire service in 2014. Worked for a few different departments, Crown Point Fire Rescue, Cherville Fire Department, then started part-time with us in 2023. Mr. Begarin here started his career in the fire service in 2022, right? with Griffith Fire Department. Early last year, he came to us part-time, and welcome aboard to both of you. Glad to have you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
We need to go out there instead of just coming up here.
Well, she's having them sign.
Jose, can I have a picture?
So Mary Jo and Richard Field out there.
You better go on, you're gonna miss out.
Just, we'll set it over. Hey, Nick, you guys want to get this? They're done.
Congratulations, and welcome aboard.
You want me to take
Glad to be here.
Oh, yeah.
Congratulations on
Thank you, sir.
You guys all move to the center a little more so you can all fit.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Great.
I know that. Yeah.
Thank you.
I know we're gonna have to have a whiteboard. Big smile.
There you go, Freddie, that's right.
Good job, boys.
Oh, yeah? Anyone else count?
Probably my siblings would want to come up. We can get pictures after. Yeah. Okay, all right.
Don't be
Come on up, guys. Grandma? Yeah. This is gonna be 90 years old soon. The family portrait.
Wait, Aunt Ruth be in there?
Okay, we're good?
Yep.
Aw, so sweet.
Okay.
Yeah, very good. Just one more.
One more, I can do one. Nobody move.
Excellent. Thank you guys so much.
I would like to say I was proud to see the ladies come up and put the badges on. I've never seen that before. I was very impressed with that.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Anybody that was here for the oaths, we appreciate you coming, or you don't have to stick around for the rest of this. You can go enjoy some time with family or work or whatever you need to do. Next item up is a presentation by the Veritas Group, Matthew Mason and David Rainey. Please step up.
Are we gonna say anything about another one? Oh, the vacancy of the...
We're still up here on the president.
All right, yeah, please step forward, gentlemen.
I'm sorry.
Hi. Good evening.
Thank you, Mr. President, thank you, council. David Rainey with Veritas Group. Matt Mason is not here, Lance Snedeker is. Matt and Lance are both the project executive and project managers on this, for Veritas Group, representing the town on this project. I'm gonna let Lance give most of this presentation tonight, but what we're here today for, I just wanna let you know, as far as your owner's representative, we've been on this project since the very beginning, when we first talked about the visioning and basically the inception of this project all the way through design and obviously now into construction, and we will follow the project all the way through warranty. So after the project has substantially completed, all the way through warranty. So we'll continue to represent you through that entire process, but tonight we want to just give you an update since this is the first time we've been able to present to you on the project of the status of the police and fire. So Lance, I'll let you jump in.
Good evening.
Hello.
We've got a slideshow if you want to direct your attention to the side screens here. Cliff, if you can go ahead and go to the next slide. Thank you. We'll begin by talking about site work. Our light pole bases are installed on site, and our storm work is also established. Curb installation is expected to begin in May. It's a little bit early in the year at this point in time, so we're going to be thinking about curb installation and site work. But the masonry should be complete about that time, and we're going to wait until masonry is completed. The NIPSCO easement agreement is nearing completion. We've been working toward this for some time. The easement actually impacts the NIPSCO's release of the transformer. So once that easement agreement is finalized, then NIPSCO will release that transformer for acquisition, which could be 6 months. So there could be potential schedule impacts with regard to turnover and occupancy at the end of the projects. But we're getting close to that. I know that the easement...
That was approved last night.
Yeah, I understand that we're getting very close there. It's been approved. So following that will be a contract, and we'll get going with NIPSCO. So that's good news. Domestic water, we are waiting a notice of intent from IDEM on the domestic water. I know that Christopher Burke Engineering has been working hard on getting that done. I do believe that Christopher Burke is satisfying certain requests by IDEM to make sure that that NOI is released.
So actually, there were some approvals made recently at your utility board to release Public Works to go do some additional water testing and some other soils testing and stuff for that. So that's moving forward.
Next slide, please, Cliff. We'll start with the police station. Drywall hanging, when it says here that it's completing this week, we still do have hard ceilings to do, but the walls are being completed this week. Taping and finishing continues through this month. Ceiling framing is nearly complete, and we will be seeing some light fixtures arriving here in the next few weeks. And then by the end of the month, we expect to have the ceiling finished. Electrical wire, the panels, the circuit breaker panels are installed, and about 80% of the wire is pulled. So we're trucking along with the electrical portion. The rooftop units for heating, ventilation, and air conditioning are scheduled to be installed here in a couple weeks, and then in March is when we'll see the first coat of paint on the walls in the police station. The structural steel on the fire station just really got finished within the past few days. Miscellaneous metal has yet to see completion. That would be your training tower staircase, handrails, miscellaneous pieces of steel. But that should all be done by the end of the month. Masonry is getting ready to start in the decontamination room next to the apparatus bay at the north end of the building. And then the veneer, we've got it saying that veneer is continuing in March, but actually as the weather has broken here in the past few days, veneer has recommenced. They were working on the west facade of the police station actually, just today. Roofing began last week, and it is finishing up, so the fire station should be dried in and under roof by the end of this week. Interior framing is going to commence, and actually, the exterior framing is nearly complete. The interior framing is going to commence and should be done by the end of the month. With wall inspections early next month, and then mechanicals, electrical, plumbing, those things have started in the apparatus bay. The total project between the police and fire is $15,575,000. That has not changed. That is the sum total of both projects. We are within budget on those. Schedule. The project remains on schedule. We are looking to complete it by summer. And the contractor and developer have done a great job at keeping it on schedule. So kudos to them. Construction did commence in June. We're a little over halfway done, and we're also billed to right up to about that point at the appropriate amount. I think the next slide is actually a video presentation, so we can maybe put that on while while we watch this. If anybody has any questions, you're welcome to ask them.
One question, the heating and air conditioning is gonna be at the top of the roof?
Yep.
Okay, I wasn't aware of that.
Yep.
And I was told that, things were, not moving as fast as they were because of the cold weather, but now you picked up and got things moving faster and it may be open by July 5th?
No, we're not looking at July. We're actually looking at August.
August?
About mid-August is what we're shooting for on the fire station. The police station should be done before that, but that doesn't necessarily mean that we're gonna see occupancy because the parking lot and the site work affect both facilities.
So both places in August?
Yes.
Also, advise that if anybody wants to take a tour through, once we get the buildings completely dried in, there's a lot of work going on inside, but it's always a good opportunity. If council ever wants to take a tour through the facilities, we'd be happy to coordinate that with CORE and accommodate that. I think it'd be a good experience to not just talk about it and see a video, but actually walk through and see what we're doing in there. So we can always make that happen.
Okay.
For the coordination.
Amazing what a few days of warmer temperatures brings. That whole southern exposure that we're looking at on the fire side is now all clad with exterior sheathing. So a lot has transpired. This video was taken a week ago today. Okay.
Very good. Do you folks have any questions?
Or was it a drone?
That was our drone. So we do that on a regular basis. We'll fly a drone, and depending on what we're doing, we have the ability, if we needed to put an infrared camera on there as well to look at different things. After occupancy, if there's ever any issues, we're able to come out and continue to investigate and provide good feedback on buildings if we should need to. So. It's a great project. It's a complicated project, 2 buildings going on the same site with shared infrastructure, but things are going very well. We've tried to do the best we can. We know that potentially in the future there might be other development in that area, so we just wanted to make sure we have accommodated for that with this project. Of course, that's up to the council as far as whether or not you want to move forward with anything else, but we have done our due diligence and tried to do the best we can to provide that opportunity so we're not having to install new infrastructure when that time comes. So, okay.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you very much.
I have one more. Sure. I can keep talking
Oh,
here.
please, Bob, go ahead.
they approved, NIPSCO to have an easement 15 feet to the north of the fire station property. And I asked this question last night, but I'm gonna ask it again for the public's benefit. That transformer they're gonna put in there, will that be inside the fenced area?
It should be inside the fence area, correct? Yes. Yeah, yes. Yes.
Right. I heard that last night, but I just wondered for the benefit of the audience.
Sure.
Ask it so they could hear.
I got a question. You needed that easement wide for NIPSCO for,
So when they put the transformer in, there's a primary line that feeds that transformer. So NIPSCO needs the ability to service that primary line up to the transformer. And then the secondary line that actually feeds the facility, that's on our side, right? So, but they need that easement to be able to get in there, service that transformer, service their primary line, so.
so without that easement, NIPSCO comes on that property?
That's right.
Okay.
That's the whole purpose of it, correct?
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions for these gentlemen? No? Well, we thank you all for coming here and presenting to us, give us an update.
Absolutely.
Yep, thank you very much, guys. Moving on to public hearings, number 1, ordinance number 1456, public way vacation, continued public hearing, Rago. This item has been deferred many times. Mr. Austin, do you have something?
For another deferral.
Good,
I talked
okay.
to the attorney for the petitioner. They're out of town, they're unable to be here for family reasons.
Okay. Do you know when they'd like it deferred to?
March 5th.
March 5th?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to defer that item to March 5th.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. We have a motion by Mr. Parker, seconded by Ms. Rivera to defer this item to the March 5th Town Council meeting. Any questions? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Seal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Recupido?
Yes. Motion carries 7-0. Number 2, ordinance number 1484, public way vacation, owner, Porter, petitioner Nathan Viss. Mr. Austin?
Legals are in order.
Okay, thank you, sir. Hello, Mr. Viss.
Good evening, Mr. President. Good evening to the Town Council.
Hello. What do you have for us, sir?
Yes, sir. We've got a simple public way vacation here. This is for 6425 West 141st Avenue. So 6.5 acres that my clients have purchased are in the process of cleaning up, looking to build upon. On the southern half of the property is Louise Drive, which was platted many moons ago. The bottom 20 feet of Louise Drive was vacated back in 2006 when the Deerview subdivision was put in, so my clients are seeking in an effort to clean up that portion of the platted roadway to have that vacated over to them. So we're making that request this evening.
Okay. No utilities known to be in that area?
Nothing that I am aware of. Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Nathan, does your client own both sides of the proposed parcel to be vacated?
No, so to the southern side of it is the Deerview subdivision. So when that was platted back in 2006, they vacated to the center line, and unfortunately, they didn't vacate the other side of the proposed platted roadway.
That
So,
obviously affects your client.
correct, yes, there's that 20-foot strip there that has no benefit to anyone other than really my client, so it makes sense to vacate that and clean that stretch up.
Okay.
Yep.
Anything that the Plan Commission members, this has been at the Plan Commission for other items? Anything you guys need to add?
Not for this item, I don't think.
Okay. All right. Mr. Parker, would you like to read the ordinance by title, please?
Town of Cedar Lake, Lake County, Indiana, ordinance number 1484, an ordinance vacating a public way in the town of Cedar Lake, Lake County, Indiana, and all matters related thereto.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Viss, would you please have a seat? We're going to open it up to remonstrance. Are there any remonstrators here for this public way vacation? Anybody here for this public way vacation?
Do you have someone online?
We do? Okay, please let them join.
Go ahead, Mr. Wilkening. You need to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me now, Jennifer?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Yeah, this, public way vacation, how big a piece of property is this?
It's over 6 acres. The entirety of it is 6 acres, but this is 20 feet by 300 feet.
The part to, I'm sorry, Mr. Oshner?
It's a walkway, it's a standard Cedar Lake 10-foot by 50 feet. 10 by 50. Walkway.
20 here on the.
Here it is.
Yeah, I think it was 20 before half of it got vacated.
150.
No, you're looking at
That's a better.
no, you're looking at this, Mr. Weezer's.
Yeah, I'm looking at 287 and 150.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, I've got it on here, Nathan. Yeah, yes, sir. Mr. Wilkening, this area requesting to be vacated is 20 foot by, well,
No, it's more than that, 287.
well, 150 plus 287, so 400 and, what is it? Let me get you exact.
437.125, it looks like,
Okay.
by 20.
Did you copy that?
Yeah, what was this property allegedly designed for, that they created this sliver that's 400 feet plus long?
Mr. Vist, if you'd like to step up and reply, please.
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Wilkening. So this actually used to be 2 different lots, Lot 8 and Lot 9, for a total of approximately 10 acres. That'd be to the east side of it, there was about 3.5 acres that was parceled off many years ago, leaving about 6.5 acres left for the piece that my clients now own. It's been that way for about 2 decades, from what I understand, looking at the record at county. And then it looks like there was a Louise Drive that was platted all the way through, intersected with proposed Berkeley Place, that's actually located to the west side of my client's property. That's all wooded, it's never been vacated. Perhaps that could be. But to the direct south, Louise Drive has been vacated in various spots as you look along the southern edge of the roadway there, including most recently in 2006 with the Deerview subdivision, vacating there approximately 400 by 20 feet there.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that, everybody dotted the i's and crossed the t's regarding this property being needed for any future master plan improvements.
And that's a good question, Mr. Wilkening. In discussing with Ashley, we'd actually possibly discussed vacating Berkeley Place as well, which is located on the west side, but I think we were in agreement that there might be a slight possibility of those lots being developed perhaps someday, so we agreed just to clean this up, just the southern half of Louise Drive is what she vacated.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do you have anybody else online, Jennifer?
No other hands are raised.
Okay. Public portion's now closed. Mr. Vist, please step back up. Any town council discussion on this item?
I would say that this piece of property used to consist of 10 acres. And then, 4 acres were sold off, and, his client has the other 6 acres. And I just know a little bit about it because my brother used to own it.
Very
Former
good.
Cedar Lake cop.
Thank you, Bob. I'm all for cleaning stuff up, and especially if it's been vetted through engineering, there's no utilities in it, and as you said, the southern portion was already vacated, correct?
Correct, yes.
Okay.
It's a 2-read ordinance.
It's a 2-read ordinance?
Yes.
Okay. So the first motion, if we want to entertain it, is to approve the first reading? Okay. Okay. We have a motion on the floor by Ms. Dixon to approve the first reading of the ordinance. We have a second. Seconded by Mr. Teal. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Joan Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Teal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Recupedo?
Yes, motion carries 7-0.
Yes.
Yeah. We just, if we'd like to suspend the rules to allow second reading, somebody like to make that motion?
So moved.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Parker, seconded by Ms. Rivera to suspend the rules and allow second reading. Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Seal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Rakuto?
Yes. Motion carries 7-0. Second reading, please, Mr. Parker.
Town of Cedar Lake, Lake County, Indiana, ordinance number 1484, an ordinance vacating a public way in the town of Cedar Lake, Lake County, Indiana, and all matters related thereto.
Thank you, sir. Do we have a motion to adopt this ordinance?
Make that motion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion made by Ms. Dixon, seconded by Mr. Keel. Any question, discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Seal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Rakuto?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Mr. Bish, you're on your way, sir.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Mr. President,
Yes, sir.
with the recordation of the executed and attested ordinance, we'll attach the exhibit, which is a good clean instrument.
Okay, very good.
Okay,
Thank you, sir.
thanks.
We're gonna move on to public comment on agenda items. Have any public comment on agenda items?
Okay, what did that include, the Meredith, agreement?
Anything on the agenda, Ms. Parker?
Cheryl Parker, 7227 West 136th Court. I went through all of this. The Meredith agreement, or proposal, I should say, looks like it's leaning heavily towards the, projects or ideas that the prior council wanted to go into. In fact, this one, area, it refers to how they had developed or had participated with the town in, setting up the framework for focused multifamily and commercial lakeshore development, and indicates that this would be part of the scope in their 2024 work. Another one refers to the town hall, and I think at this point, my question is this just gonna be under discussion? This is not a definite sign, as is? Could that be revised based on what, we wanna do in 2024?
Well, it's an agenda item to either accept it, defer it, or deny it tonight. So, it'll be the pleasure of the board when we have some discussion on an agenda item, which direction they'd like to go.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other public comments?
Good evening, Jennifer Punksky, 14617 Blaine Street, Cedar Lake, Indiana. Do we have a sewer tap for that building?
For,
I mean, for the fire department, the big viaduct project. I mean, I saw on the PowerPoint, they talked about water, you know, and some sort of approval with the IDEM, but, I mean, are they gonna have, do we have a tap available for that building?
according to how things have been done over the years, stuff that has already gotten approval has been through that engineering process to determine that, to the best of my knowledge, right?
I mean, where does the water come from? Is there a water there?
We're still trying to figure that one out, honestly.
Okay.
Yeah, the water, we're trying to figure that one out.
Sewer, yes. Yeah, I saw IDEM and then saw that, so I thought maybe they knew something that we all didn't know, so.
They indicated, correct me if I'm wrong, that, Christopher B. Burke has, started working on getting the IDM, Indiana Department of Environmental Management, to resolve the water problem.
Yes, so these additional testings that are being done for water quality and water testing need to be done so that Christopher Burke can complete their water modeling, their hydraulic modeling. All of that then goes to IDEM. They need that information to be able to release permits to move the water project forward.
So was there, I mean, like a test well or something dropped there?
There was no well on the premise.
Yeah, it's supposed to be connected to our east side water utility.
Okay.
So there's, unfortunately, I don't have an answer for you on that right now. It's all something that we're working on with staff to try to figure out how we're gonna get water there, and
I mean, it's a beautiful building, but if you're not gonna have water or to flush a toilet or,
We won't be in it then.
right?
We we bought the lighthouse well,
Yeah.
and that's what is going to supply the water when Christopher B. Burke and the Indiana Department of Environmental Management work out the little tweaks that are.
Okay.
That is accurate. Once IDEM has this information, they'll be able to release the permit to allow this work to come to bring that water line north, which will provide domestic water for these buildings. All the rest, there's a lot of other stuff happening with water development and water lines and upgrade of wells and elevated tanks. All of that's happening as well to kind of complete a master plan for water development.
Yeah, a lot of stuff is tying in here.
Well, thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much for coming.
Thank you.
Kevin Tolles, 9725 West 129th Place. I just got on the agenda tonight, you're gonna take up a contract for the use of the town grounds. I'd just like to say, I hope that this board takes a look at these contracts now and then, because in the past, it seems like we've been kind of willy-nilly about contracts and about who gets them and how they get them and what they get. And I mean, I just would like to see some uniformity in these contracts going forward. I did read the one that you're looking at tonight. There was no mention of electricity costs in it, there was no mention of security. So, I mean, I think that should be addressed for everybody who uses our facilities. Those are taxpayer-funded facilities. So I would like to see that looked at, and also I would look at as far as the fees and stuff go, is that the town, I think, should benefit from this stuff. And if there's a financial windfall in this, the town should benefit from it, right? I mean, isn't that what the taxpayers deserve, that we should get more? And I just kind of look at this, looking over this contract, if you look at the fees that are charged and stuff, I would like to know, does anybody know what the town actually benefited from this contract last year?
Well, I think the town and the residents benefit greatly from Summerfest and from the farmer's market. I don't think anyone's getting rich off of it, and correct me if I'm wrong, this is something that the townspeople enjoy. Our departments could not do Summerfest. We could not put on a farmer's market without these entities. So I think the answer is, for me, is clear that the taxpayers enjoy these events.
Okay, I'm sure they do, but also the taxpayers are paying for this event, they're paying for the facilities, and I think that the taxpayers should get a fair shake as far as what's being
A fair
made on that.
shake as far as revenue?
Yeah, I would like to know what the revenue was made, that was made on it. Does anybody know?
Well, we can find out when we discuss the contract.
Yeah, I guess what I've seen is there's been a couple different schools of thought on it. There's been a revenue, the revenue thought, and then providing some kind of entertainment and to the community. You know, so I've just picked up on this over the past couple of years. You know, there's different schools of thought on it.
But we also, which I would I hate to talk over you, but we also have a new parks department now that is being paid a lot of money. And I think if they're there, then they should take the charge on this thing too. And if they need to hire somebody to help them, then hire them. But hire them for the benefit of the taxpayers.
Okay. Well, we'll take that definitely into consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other public comment?
I wasn't gonna comment tonight, but.
Please
Gail
do.
Brannon, 7014 West 139th Place. I had a petition that I was getting signatures on about these waterfront parks and the development in them, and I had 830 signatures that said they don't want any more development in this park, this waterfront park. And I don't know if any of you ever got to see that. It was presented at the last board, and they, you know, basically ignored it. I did turn it in, but I don't know what happened to it. But I think you should all take a look at that and think of how many people it affects if you're gonna build more buildings in this park. And if it's on the 2024 agenda or agreement to be developing further, I'm totally against it, and I think you should be too. You should at least get an opportunity to see that petition and the signatures on it, and who in your neighborhood it represents, that they don't want any more building here.
Okay.
It can be a great recreation area, but gotta stop the building and somebody else's plans for this town's future. It should be our plans for this town's future. And so with that.
I agree with you. I did see the petition last year, but I know nothing was, I don't think we ever,
Nothing
Jennifer,
was
you
resolved.
got a copy of it? And-
Yes, I have the original,
Okay.
filed in my office. As far as I'm aware, it was sent out to council and the town attorney, but I don't believe any direction was given on.
Would you mind, sharing that with the council?
I will
please?
send it out tomorrow to the.
Thank you very much.
to all of
Okay.
you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Oh, I got one more. Jennifer Prunski, 14617 Blaine Street, Cedar Lake, Indiana. Under new business number 4 for the farmer's market agreement. I mean, they are great events. I mean, this is how we all envision using the town grounds, not to put a new fire station, but to really utilize it for the community. But I just pulled up on my phone. I mean, are you aware of what they charge for people to be vendors here? I mean, $455 for a 10 by 10 for the full season. I mean, the next one, 10 by 20 is $675 billed in full. 10 by 10 is $50, I think, for each day. I mean, when we look at all this, how much of our taxpayer dollars are going to clean up the ground? Is there a permit for this? Are there extra police or safety people that are there as well?
The farmer's market pays for 2 officers, is that correct?
Yep.
Okay, so they pay their own security.
So is that the person who has the agreement?
Yep.
That's the farmer's market agreement?
Yep.
And then what about like cleaning and trash?
They're responsible for cleaning up
Yeah.
They're responsible, it's in their contract.
But out of that $455, just say one booth, let's slice it up. How much goes back to the community?
What was in the contract last year, it was a simple,
For the first 40, it's $150, per booth afterwards is $5.
I have like lists, if you guys need me to go over that. I don't know if you want me to kind of rattle off some of those numbers now, or if you want me to wait, but.
We can do that when it comes up.
I mean, another time, I just, when we say yes, it's great, we enjoy it here, residents of the town, but again, we should be capitalizing. The town needs to be making money on these events, period.
I don't think we're in the money-making business when it comes to
It should not be
events.
costing us, and
It barely is costing, but we'll talk about it.
well then, let's see all the, let's break it down, let's look at how many booths, what percentage it costs, let's see the numbers. Like everything at this town, we should see numbers for everything.
Right.
You know.
And I'm sure that won't be a problem.
I believe that when we get to that item, I think that there's a little bit of concern with that not being ready possibly, that contract. I know it's on the agenda.
So is a contract signed if you
For
don't
the
have all
agreement.
the data, all the numbers?
Well, I'm not sure it's gonna be ready, honestly, tonight.
Again, it's a great event.
Like ready to sign or approve, I'm sorry.
Yeah, okay. But yeah, I'm looking at these numbers, it's a lot of money, so.
Yeah, I think there's been some discussions, I'm not sure if the liaisons have had some discussions or they're in the middle of discussions, but I think a lot of your thoughts have been shared
Okay.
by some folks too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Charlie Quartercrack, 9505 West 137th Avenue, Cedar Lake, Indiana. So I have in my possession here a letter, and I'm not going to read it, but it is from, it's a transcript from 1979 of the dedication of this property. And it shows how we acquired it, the time and effort that went into acquiring this. And it was from Charles Thornburg, so I'm going to get a copy of this letter, and I'm going to, so you guys can have it.
I bet Bob's got a copy.
I've got some of
I
these
have it.
other reports, I never seen that one.
Yeah, but what concerns me is that we forget the history and the reason why things are acquired. And this property, the essence of the letter, was acquired for use as park and access to the lake for the residents of Cedar Lake. So we come up with master plans and this and that maybe the community didn't have total input in, but that doesn't mean we have to carry them out if they're in stone and cement. So I would, if with your permission, I will get my hands on this so you guys can go back to 1979 and realize the intent of this property. I'm totally against what happened out there. And that's just my opinion. There were different places that could have been built, so.
Can you please share that with us, Charlie? Through email or paper?
I will I'll get a hard copy for you. I got a copy here on my phone. It's not real legible because of the age of the document, but I will get you a clean copy for you guys to look at.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Good evening, council. I want to say congratulations to new fire staff. That was pretty great for the family to be up there. It's too bad it's after Christmas, but then a great Christmas card. My name is Chip Cruzmark. I work with Old Top Homes, 8051 Wicker Avenue in St. John. I'm here to just make a quick comment about the upcoming resolution number 1348 that's on your agenda tonight. Approximately 18 months ago, we started working on some concept plans for two sites in Cedar Lake. One called Monastery at 129th, just west of Parish. The other for the Centennial Townhome site. Both were already annexed, so presumably they had access to utilities. 12 months ago, I filed petitions for moving the Monastery through the Planning Commission and City Council. And the seller of the Centennial Townhome site also started working on getting the zoning restored to that property, so we could in fact purchase it from them and build the townhomes as was originally intended. Over the last year, we spent a great deal of money and time on getting our engineering and all our approvals done and working with all of you, and it's been a very positive experience, so I'm not here to complain about that at all. We've received all of our approvals on both sites, including full engineering, and we're to the point now we're just awaiting signatures for sewer and water. We've also purchased a couple of years ago a parcel at 141st and Parish. We call it the Hawkinson Farm, and I think we're working on it as being called Blue Sky. That's also a residential project that's currently farmland. 9 months ago, we received an email from the town manager, confirming in a discussion with the city engineer that all utilities were available and could accept that development. And I asked now or in 2 or 3 years when all the sewer expansion projects are done. And there was concern, no, today. You could get that approved today and have sewer and water for that. We were a little excited when we heard last week about this resolution, this 1348, which basically stopped everything. We put a lot of time and money and effort into it. We worked with staff. Everybody's been great. Planning, Ashley's been fantastic. Everyone's been great. But all of a sudden, out of the blue, we weren't contacted about it, but we heard about it. So obviously, I'm a little excited. I've got people in our land department who are bidding out these projects right now because we intended on breaking ground in April and May. And now I'm not sure what to think. So if there's any information that you can share with us tonight, or if not tonight, maybe the next day or two. We're not here to be difficult, but we are a little concerned that we spent a lot of money and been in good faith in working with all of you, and now we're being told that if this is passed, that maybe things are coming to a screeching halt.
Okay.
So.
Yeah, and that will be obviously an agenda item, and it'll be discussed in great detail. And those questions you have, maybe we can address those when we discuss this moratorium in greater detail.
I appreciate that.
And for sure get you some answers on that.
Great. And if not tonight, the next day or two, that's fine.
Okay.
I appreciate it.
All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment? Ms. Amber, you have anything? Okay. All right, the public portion for agenda items is now closed. We're going to move on to the consent agenda. Number 1, minutes from December 19th, 2023 and January 23rd, 2024. 2, claims, all town funds, $463,081.65. Wastewater operating, $809,592.61. Water utility, $80,755,076. Stormwater, $20,321.77. And payroll, January 18th of 24 and February 1st of 24 at $692,237.09. Number 3, town grounds use approval for the beach, Lions Den, and restrooms. Hanover School Education Foundation annual Penguin Plop event on March 2nd, 2024. Are there any questions or discussion on these items? If not, do we have a motion to waive the reading of the minutes and accept the consent agenda?
So moved.
Okay, do we have a second?
A second.
Okay, motion made by Mr. Teal and seconded by Mr. Becker. Any discussion?
Yes. Jennifer, on the claims, we've got 5 in there that is for the Indiana Department of Environmental Management, and there's an acronym in there, PWS. What does that mean?
I don't know what the PWS stands for. This question would be better suited for either Mr. Kubiak or Mr. Kuiper.
Public water system. Okay. I didn't know what that meant. I saw the 5 claims there, and I was just concerned with what that acronym meant.
We throw a lot of acronyms around, Bob, that even the public, generally
Yeah, I
doesn't know
know.
about.
Keep on your toes.
I didn't know that one either.
I've been told in a lot of seminars I've attended that you shouldn't use acronyms because most people don't understand what they stand for.
They're not wrong.
So,
You're gonna see that one probably a lot more in the next couple of months.
yeah. All right, my second place, or question, is Cos Printing. That's the Park Department. They're using a printer that isn't in town when we've got a printer here, and I think we need to support our local businesses in town.
As we've discussed before, Mr. Carnahan, that is a conversation you are welcome to have with the department head.
I've
but-
already had that, and they told me that they had committed to a long-term agreement, and as soon as that was over, they would change, but I don't know how long that agreement is.
I'm not aware of any long-term agreement. I would think that any long-term agreement would be subject to approval by, since we're talking parks, by Park Board. Traditionally, what happens, as far as I'm aware, when the department heads are going out and purchasing things and getting things printed, they're looking and seeing who's got the best price. Like in front of a majority of you tonight are business cards, we went with Print Pro, which is now combined with Minuteman Press, best price for the business cards.
A different Minuteman Press, it's not the same as Cherville.
Okay.
Are you aware of that, Dave?
Not at all.
That's what I was told.
Not at all.
They're both connected?
I don't know.
Oh, okay. But if a business goes out of business in town, the assessed value, if that building is empty for 6 months, we lose a total amount of money in taxes that we get. And I think it's important that we support our local businesses.
I agree, Bob. Thank you. Any other discussion? If not, roll call.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julia Vera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Teal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Recupido?
Yes. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Ordinances and resolutions. Number 1, resolution number 1347, 2024 Summerfest resolution. Who's gonna take this one? Jeff?
Jeff, do you want to take it, or?
Do you have anything on this resolution update? Or on the-
I've seen some penciled in notes, a lot of margins scribbled in as far as questions from one year to the next, but I would certainly be more than happy to defer this to Mary Joan, because I know this has been something that she's been at from the other side of the fence, I guess, so to speak, for a number of years.
Okay.
We've had a resolution with the town for the Summerfest for years. It needs to be cleaned up for insurance purposes. The town cannot insure the Summerfest Carnival anymore, so we have to obtain that insurance. So that needs to be included in that resolution. So I'd like to just make a motion to defer this until we get that updated with that information. The other things that it includes is, fire, police protection, cleanup, our fee, also submitting our budget to the town. That will all be included. It's just we need to clean up some of the other things that they're not included. So we need to remove those from this resolution.
do we have a time frame or,
Well, we've approved the date, so we just need to clean that resolution up.
so,
Who's gonna clean it up?
Rich and I are on the committee, we've been working on it.
Okay, I just didn't know.
do you have a date you'd like your motion?
I'd like to
for?
see it at the next meeting. We
Yeah,
should
okay.
have done by the next
So,
meeting.
we've got a motion here to defer this item until the the February 20th meeting. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Motion made by Ms. Dixon, seconded by Mr. Teal to defer to February 20th. Any discussion? Roll call?
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Teal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Recupedo?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Number 2, resolution number 1348, a moratorium resolution. Mr. Parker, would you mind reading this in totality into the record?
No, I don't mind at all.
Thank you.
Town of Cedar Lake, Lake County, Indiana, Town Council Utility Board. Resolution number 1348, a resolution of the Town Council and Utility Board of the Town of Cedar Lake, Lake County, Indiana, declaring a moratorium on certain land and developments in the town and all matters related thereto. Whereas the Town of Cedar Lake, Lake County, Indiana, hereinafter the town is a municipal corporation and a unit of local government located in Lake County, Indiana. Whereas the town is governed by a duly elected legislative and fiscal body commonly known as the Town Council, hereinafter called the Town Council. And whereas the Town Council is duly authorized legislative body establishing a plan commission, hereinafter plan commission, under the provisions of ICE Indiana Code 3674, sequence as met forth in the Advisory Planning Commission terms of said statute. Whereas the Town Council, by virtue of its authority under Indiana Code 36-74, sequence has established an Advisory Plan Commission body for the purpose of said statute. I lost my place. Said statute, namely planning and zoning, including zoning subdivision control, zoning district, zoning map, and zoning text amendment jurisdiction. And whereas the Town Council is vested with statutory authority under Indiana Code 36-74 to establish pursuant to prescribed procedures, the Town Comprehensive Master Plan, Town Zoning Ordinance, inclusive of all subparts and authority, as well as the Town Subdivision Control Ordinance, all with the advisory input of each body, and which are mandatory requirements for development approval under applicable law. And whereas the Town Council is also vested with statutory authority under applicable Indiana Code terms and provisions to establish and operate municipal utility functions in the town, as well as in a duly authorized extra-jurisdictional territory. Further, that under said authority, in order to operate and manage its established municipal utilities, the Town Council has established by appropriate enabling legislation a town utility board for such purposes. And whereas the Town Council and Utility Board have been duly established and described here and above, and are engaged in the operation and management of the town municipal utilities, further that the Town Council and Utility Board are presently comprised of the same members, namely the duly elected members of the Town Council are appointed to sit and serve as jurisdictional utility board of the town with authority over municipal utilities as described. And whereas the Town Council and Utility Board have recently changed following municipal elections held in calendar year 2023 for councilmanic seats, the Cedar Lake Town Council, that as a consequence of 2023 municipal election results and councilmanic seat changes, transition in governance of the town has occurred and commenced. And whereas the Town Council and Utility Board have been informed and advised from general information and summary reports that the development of certain land and parcels in the town by large parcel commercial and residential developer entities has been expanding at a pace appearing to be occurring in a volume and result exceeding the capacity of the town's finances and its municipal utilities for provisions of appropriate services. Whereas the town council and utility board, as well as the plan commission, and each of them have been informed and advised that significant substantial issues and circumstances exist which impact continued responsible land development in the town under such circumstances, and particularly without having such information that will permit approving certain land development in the town without such correct and accurate information for areas being reviewed for land use approval purposes and all related matters. Whereas the town council and the utility board, as well as the plan commission, and each of them have determined at this time that sufficient information and documentation is in place for permitting certain land development in the town, namely large volume commercial and residential developers with large acreage parcels, pending review, analysis, and understanding of the circumstances of the town municipal utilities, including wastewater, stormwater, as well as financial conditions, financing accounts, account balances, debt service, town responsibilities regarding same and related, and as a consequence now determines that it is just proper in the best interest of the town, its citizens, ratepayers, and utility customers, as well as all residents, that a moratorium on certain land development in the town, namely large volume commercial and residential developers with land use developments proposals in excess of 1 acre, be declared that all necessary review, examination, and due diligence be commenced and undertaken at the earliest opportunity for the information needed as described above. Now therefore be it resolved by the town council and the utility board of the town of Cedar Lake, Lake County, Indiana, as follows, namely section 1. The town council and the utility board of the town of Cedar Lake, Lake County, Indiana, and each of them hereby declare land use approval and processing development moratorium on all parcels of land in the town to be developed upon application from commercial developer applicants on parcels greater than 1 acre in area unless expressly approved by public meeting action of the town council. This moratorium shall cause all permit applicants for development, improvements, construction, and all other improvements on parcels of land in the town to be held and not processed pending completion of due diligence for town infrastructure services to be undertaken immediately by the town council, town utility board, and plan commission use and appropriate decision making. Section 2, the town council and utility board and each of them hereby notify the residents, ratepayers, and citizens of Cedar Lake of this declared development moratorium, noting that development moratorium applies to large volume commercial and residential land developers of land and parcel acreage of 1 acre or more. All other applicants for permits for construction, improvement, and development on parcels less than 1 acre shall not be subject of this declared development moratorium. Section 3, that the development moratorium declared hereby is established as a consequence of lack of verified and accurate information, documentation, or relevant materials to identify available and appropriate infrastructure for wastewater, water, stormwater utility service availability, as well as financing and town fund availability for payment of expenses of the town related to required development improvements, as well as the utilities and infrastructure related and connected to the same. Section 4, that the development moratorium declared by and hereby shall be only for the time period reasonably needed to research the due diligent assessment referenced herein, and upon assurance of adequacy in all aspects for resumption of large volume commercial land and residential land development in the town described herein. Section 5, that all existing resolutions or parts thereof in conflict with the provisions of this development moratorium resolution are hereby deemed null and void and of no legal effect and are specifically repealed. Section 6, that if any section, cause, provision, or portion of this moratorium resolution shall be held to be invalid or unconstitutional by any court of the competent jurisdiction, such decision shall not affect any other section, clause, provision, or portion of this approved moratorium resolution. Section 7, that this moratorium resolution shall take effect and be in full force and effect from and after its passage and approval by the Town Council and Utility Board of the Town of Cedar Lake, Lake County, Indiana, in conformance with the applicable law. Further, that the moratorium resolution shall be distributed to the Town Clerk, Treasurer, Planning, and Building Department, Board of Zoning Appeals, and loaded onto the Cedar Lake website for Cedar Lake Town News. All which is passed and resolved by the Town Council and Utility Board of the Town of Cedar Lake, Lake County, Indiana on, I suppose, this 6th day of February, 2024.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parker, for reading that.
I don't think I read that much the last time I was here, 3 times.
Kept it simple, Greg.
Yeah, we're getting our money.
I'm sorry?
I kept it simple.
So that's all the details, that's the entire resolution that's read into the record. Although myself, Mr. Vera, Mr. Carnahan are carryover members from the last year's council, this council has been on a fact-finding mission to figure out what we have for utilities. Anybody that's been following stuff here in town over the past year, I've been here with packed chambers with residents asking these questions. Can we handle it? Can we handle the sewer? Can we handle the water? The fact of the matter is we don't right now have reliable information to make that determination, and it's frankly irresponsible to move forward without having that information. This is all about being responsible to the residents of the town, but also being responsible to developers too. When people come in here with plans to do something big or small, and they invest all this time and effort and money, and if we can't tell them, yes, for sure we have it, I don't think we ought to be proceeding with it. So, I do have a couple other comments on this too, but Mr. Austin, did you have anything to add?
I wanted to assure you and remind you that this is not intended to, as drafted, as read and as drafted, to stop existing applications, permits in progress, small lot improvement activities on homes, on lots in our town, or businesses as the case may be. This is about the large developments that you're not ready to answer the questions for. So,
yeah.
Anybody, as I understand it, any developer who is in progress, has gotten started, has gotten past the gatekeeper in the planning department, they're good.
Okay.
They still move. There's no intention of preventing that from happening. In the meantime, we've got other work to do.
Okay.
For clarity, that's up to and including anything that has a preliminary plat as well, correct?
Yes.
Is good to proceed.
Yes.
Yeah, because I know our building department had reached out to me asking for
remember though, that's
direct.
your call. You could do a complete blanket moratorium, or you can moratorium the concern. The concern is the large volume, large need, commercial, residential, industrial developer. You certainly want them to develop in our town, but you also want to be able to look them in the face and say, we got water, we got sewer, we can drain your storms, we can pay for what our share is, we can make the improvements we need to make in various places where they have to be made. Otherwise, you're not telling them the truth.
Yeah. Very good. Yeah,
I hope that answered some of your questions.
I think it did, and thanks very much.
yeah. Yeah, anything that's platted to this point is good to proceed. And like Mr. Austin said, this wasn't the intention of this council to affect people that already had that, time and money invested into those situations. And also, we didn't want to affect the common folk in town that have, I imagine the person that's been saving up for 10 years wanting to build their dream home, and they've got their property somewhere, and in a pre-platted subdivision, it's not intended to affect those folks, so, there's been a clarity needed, and I hope that brings some clarity to it. You guys had any other comments or questions regarding this resolution?
The property across from Holy Name, which is gonna have Jet Pizza and Wingstop, it's under an acre. And I believe they're going to be coming shortly to the Plan Commission. That won't affect them.
It will not, Bob, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, it still has to go through its regular planning phases, you know, we're not circumventing anything here.
Right.
But yeah, that will not affect the project like that. Or either of our business parks in town that have plating and yeah, so.
I have a couple questions. So has anyone talked to Jen about how this might affect, I don't know how long this moratorium will go on, when all the questions will be answered to everyone's satisfaction, but I'd like to know how it's going to affect the miscellaneous revenue that we depend on. Has anyone talked to Jen about just the finances going into the general fund, the miscellaneous revenue?
So everything that's already platted can proceed.
So, and if you'll recall, during the budget discussions, we did already scale back conservatively, and what we've planned for 2024 was based on 100 building permits, I believe is what we stated.
And according to some data that I got from Ms. Abernathy, we have roughly 1,300.
That's Ashley?
Yeah, Ashley Abernathy, I'm sorry. 1,370 remaining lots, commercial and residential, in town remaining to be built. That doesn't even take into account stuff in the pre-platted subdivisions, I don't think.
No.
So
I counted I ballparked it at 1,400.
So those are ones that are already platted out, preliminary plat or final plat, and so I think that well exceeds the revenue projections that you had figured in the budget.
I would like to add this to your question, though. If we commit to more than we can deliver, how's that gonna affect our miscellaneous revenue?
I'm just thinking into the future. Like I said, I don't know how long this is going to last. That's my other question. Like, how do we decide, has everyone's question been answered to list this so it's not a hardship to our general fund and our budget? It's kind of like...
It might be, and so everybody's aware that next Tuesday, February 13th at 5 p.m. in the Lowell Town Hall, we're going to have a JMOB meeting. And hopefully, we're going to get some answers to some of these questions. And if we get some honest answers, and hopefully it's in black and white, then that may give us some sort of a determination of what we'll want to do.
Well, that answers our sewer concerns, but we still have water concerns.
Right.
So that's only half of it. We still have to be concerned about water.
Yeah.
So, go ahead, Julie. I can answer part of the question for you if you like.
Oh, go ahead.
Yeah.
But let me say to the public
Sure, Bob.
that meeting is open to the public and anybody can attend.
Yeah. So, and there's going to be a lot of stuff talked about it at the JMOB meeting. I know we've got the Westler task order, which is very important, and so.
Yep.
We should explain a lot of the questions that we have.
Yeah. Something that I found out over the past couple weeks, Julie, is that some of these meetings that were going on in at least the year past that I was involved, and Bob can attest to this, the information wasn't getting to the council. So the information that we need, we still need it, and we're working on getting it, but it wasn't getting out of those meetings to some or all the council members. I don't know. No, it wasn't getting to me. Bob?
No, I got information just recently of stuff from 2022 that I'd never heard of.
So we need that information in order to make an informed decision.
And then one more question. Dave, can you explain section 6?
Absolutely. If somebody challenges some part of this resolution and this declaration, and the town loses on that interpretation by a court, the rest of this is still good.
So you're saying if we get sued, layman's
I'm
terms.
saying if you get sued and a piece of this moratorium was declared to be invalid or improper, the rest of the resolution is still in good order and it's still valid. The judge can spread the baby if they choose. It doesn't throw everything out.
One other question I had from the building department was, meets and bounds parcels over 1 acre that are currently developed. You know, they're already tapped into the sewer, and that, it not affect them, right?
It does not.
Yeah, okay. All right, we just wanted to make sure we got that on the record. I don't know what other option we have at this point. You know, it just seems really irresponsible to move forward without having the information that this town deserves, that people deserve.
And that's all this is an effort to be, is to be responsible going forward and being prepared for what we have to deliver before any agreement is made. If we're not prepared for what we have to deliver, well, we're gonna be playing catch-up for the eternity. And it will be expensive to the ratepayers and the taxpayers to continue to do that.
Well, truth be told, Greg, we are playing catch-up with at least one development right now, a rather large development. And nobody wants to see that happen again, I don't think. So, this resolution, Mr. Austin, is just simple approval or disapproval or deferral? Okay. Is there any other discussion from the board? Okay. Do we have a motion for this resolution number 1348?
So moved.
To approve, Mr. Becker?
Yes.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion made by Mr. Becker and seconded by Mr. Parker to approve resolution number 1348. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Teal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Recupido?
Yes. Motion carries 7-0. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
All right.
Very
Thank you,
much
sir.
appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you for coming.
You bet.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
Well, I guess the easy part's done now. Do you think council would entertain forming a committee to identify all the needs in data and information and be the watchdogs for that? Suggestion. Just to focus time. We've got a moratorium declared. There's going to be some pressure to get it done.
Okay.
And not let it not get done.
Is that need to be an action item?
Well, it can be, or a thought process for.
Next meeting.
You're going to the JMOB meeting next Tuesday night. It's really a good kick the can towards the goal.
Okay.
That can then perhaps be the identification of an agenda, data gathering, information, which consultants, which staff, who's doing what in time and delivery.
Okay.
Question, Dave. If 4 or more of us show up at that meeting, does that have to be advertised?
No.
No.
Bobby, you're gonna perpetually have this. It's a public meeting. You're entitled to be in that room and in that place legally without any
It's
question.
properly notified, it's been in the papers, it's, everything's on the up and up.
Yeah, this was Lowell's turn to notice and advertise it, like it is ours, alternating meetings. Okay.
All right. Thank you both. BZA plan number 1, accept the conversion of a performance letter of credit to a maintenance letter of credit in the amount of $72,854.19 for Beacon Point East Unit 2. I know we've got it in the packet here, a letter from Christopher Burke, Engineering, People's Bank. Do we have a motion to accept this letter of credit conversion?
So moved.
Do you have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion made by Mr. Carnahan, seconded by Mr. Becker to accept the conversion of a performance letter of credit to a maintenance letter of credit. Discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julia Vera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Seal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Recupero?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Number 2, accept the performance letter of credit extension to July 30th, 2024 in the amount of $341,736.80 for Beacon Point East Unit 1. I guess with these next couple of items, if any of the plan commissioners have anything to add, feel free. We've got this in the packet as well.
They're coming due and they either need to be converted or extended.
Okay. All right, do we have a motion to accept?
We also have a letter in here from Christopher Burke dated November 18th of 2020.
Okay.
It says it there. So that may be the wrong date, but it's got the right information down below it.
Okay. Do we have a motion to accept this?
I do. So moved.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Discussion. Do we need to amend the letter to make it for the different date, or, I mean, how do we work that? It's got the wrong date.
Give your staff directions to get with the maker and correct the typo.
Good.
Mr. Bungie?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you hear that direction from Mr. Ross?
I did.
Okay, all right, very good. Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Carnahan, seconded by Mr. Teal to accept this performance letter credit extension. Any discussion? Roll call?
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julia Vera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Seal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Recupero?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Number 3, accept a performance letter of credit extension to July 15th, 2025 in the amount of $14,047 for Cedar View Properties LLC. Any discussion?
There again, I'll mention the letter from Christopher B. Burke, says February 24th of 2022. So I don't know about the date, but the information is in there.
Okay.
That's probably from the original performance.
Yeah, that's from the
Yeah, it looks like issued.
Yeah, it expires. Yeah, that's the original letter.
Yeah, it is the original letter there, Bob.
Yeah, okay.
Even the dates at the bottom concur with the heading date. Okay, do we have a motion to accept this?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to accept this performance letter of credit extension from Mr. Carnahan, seconded by Ms. Rivera. Any discussion? Roll call?
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julia Vera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Seal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Recupero?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Number 4, accept the performance letter of credit extension to February 15th, 2025 in the amount of $244,187.85 for Summer Winds Unit Number 1. Any discussion?
There again, you have a letter from November 21st of 2018, but that's probably, as you indicated, the original letter.
Okay. Thank you, Bob. Do we have a motion to accept this extension?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Parker, seconded by Mr. Carnahan to accept this letter of credit extension. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julia Vera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Seal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Recupero?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Thank you. On to new business, town manager's contract, Jeff Bungie. Mr. Austin, you crafted this one?
I did. I drafted a one-page contract undertaking with Jeff for his services to the town, and your payment compensation, kept it simple.
Okay.
Kept it simple.
Okay,
And I think Jeff agreed.
Looks good to me, Jennifer, quite simple. I'm, honored and privileged.
I'm happy you haven't run out of here screaming already.
Only twice so far.
Only twice?
Didn't institute the escape plan, but twice.
Could you give us the Reader Digest version for the audience of what's in it?
The starting salary would be $92,000, based upon 26 pay periods, with a biweekly salary of $3,538.46 gross per pay. Standard benefits and all of the same compensatory benefits as all employees of our town. This is a one-year contract to and through December 31st, unless otherwise extended by written agreement. I think it covers the most important terms.
Yes, sir. Is that sufficient, Mr. Carnahan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just want the audience to hear something.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, any discussion on the town manager's contract?
Only the last sentence says, "The town council presents its offer with confidence and great anticipation for continued growth and advancement of our town. Let's grow you and our town together for the benefit of our citizens." I did that.
Yeah.
I believe in him.
Yeah, but we believe in him too, Dave, we appreciate that. Jeff believes in Jeff too.
Big shoes, hope I got the feet for 'em.
No, we appreciate you taking this on, Jeff.
Thank you.
Do we have a motion to approve the town manager's contract?
So moved.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Becker and seconded by Mr. Parker to approve the town manager's contract. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Seal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Rakupido?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Mr. Bungie, we appreciate it. Number 2, town manager's conflict of interest disclosure statement. Mr. Bungie, would you like to?
Well, as of previous discussions, I am a businessman here in town. I have 2 established businesses that I'm principal to. You know, it is certainly not my intention of sending any more assets out of town to my businesses that we have here and have had for, well, predates me, 75 years plus and going, so.
Long as I can remember.
And I'm sure anybody in this room, anybody, as long as we can remember, so.
Yeah, something we have to do in the name of transparency. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, do we have a motion to approve the town manager's conflict of interest disclosure statement?
I'll make that motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Ms. Dixon, seconded by Mr. Carnahan to approve. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Seal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Rakupido?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Jeff.
Okay, thank you, folks.
Thank you. Number 3, fire department reimbursement agreements. A, Jose Bugarin Delgado, and B, Colin Turner. Mr. Austin?
These are standard reimbursement agreements that are conditioned upon employment, or employment is conditioned upon them, and we do this for every full-timer.
Okay, very good. Do we have a motion to accept both of these reimbursement agreements for the fire department?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Motion by Mr. Parker, seconded by Mr. Becker to accept both of these fire department reimbursement agreements. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Seal?
Yes.
Greg Parker,
Yes.
Nick Recupido.
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Thank you. Item number 4, 2024 Farmers Market Agreement. Who would like to take this one?
Are we gonna allow Kelly to come up and talk?
Sure, we can, absolutely. Ma'am? Just state your name and address to the record, please.
All right, Kelly Dykstra, 13701 Lowerman.
Okay. Do you have any information
I
for
had a
us?
couple of things. I see a lot of new faces here, and I know that I'm a new face to you guys as well, so I thought maybe I would just tell you guys a little bit about myself. So we live on the other side of the lake. My husband's here, Brad. We have 3 girls, and I've lived here for 34 years. We love boating and doing all things on the lake. This will be our 6th season for the market. We started in 2019. Being the coordinator of the farmers market was not something that I was looking to do. At the time, in 2019, I was running my 2nd salon in Crown Point, and I wasn't looking for a career change. I was teaching wellness classes at my salon weekly, and I was teaching people how to get chemicals out of their home and that kind of thing, and I was looking for another way to do it. So I called the town and asked if they had farmers markets, and I talked to Sarah Moore, and she ended up telling me, no, there's no farmers market, but she had just moved here, and wherever she moved here from, there was an amazing farmers market. We had a conversation. I hung up the phone. 20 minutes later, she called me back and said, hey, have you ever thought about running a farmer's market? I'm like, you don't even know me. This is so crazy. I told her I didn't know if I knew enough people that would be interested, but I would put something out on Facebook and I would see if I would get a good response. I did get a good response. By the end of the night, before I went to bed, I had 24 people that said, I would like to do the farmer's market with you if you're going to be in charge of it. And I'm like, oh, that's really crazy. So that's where it started. We started with 24 vendors on the first one that we did, and that season when we ended in 2019, we ended up with 50. And about the most that we have has been about 100 per time. We aim to be super family friendly. We don't have alcohol. We don't allow smoking within the market. We're very careful with the musicians that we have and the words that they're allowed to sing from the stage. We want to make sure that we provide a comfortable place for all families to gather. We don't charge for parking. Some people, if they want to, they can just come in and enjoy the lake, watch the sunset, enjoy the music. We usually have about 16 different food options, whether it's from a food truck or a food booth. We have pony rides, bounce houses, face painting, henna tattoo, hair braiding, all sorts of stuff like that for the kids. We have a great combination of people that make homemade items such as breads, baked goods, handmade crafts, things like that, pet-themed booths, and a great variety of locally grown produce. We try to get as many farmers as possible by offering them to have free booth space, so I like to say that. I'm glad this is recorded, so anyone watching, if you know a farmer, send them our way. We have one farmer that's really big. They take up 8 booths, and we love that, so we try to get as many as possible there. This past year we had some fun theme nights, such as Dress Your Pet contest, where they could win prizes that were donated from the vendors. We also did a free pumpkin painting event where we bought some pumpkins from one of the farmers and let the kids come in and paint them at no charge. At the very last market of the season, we ended with Glow Night, which we have done every year. It gets a little darker in that October time, so we thought, why not encourage all the vendors to really get their booths lit up, which ended up being a really fun thing. It was also like the last one right before Halloween time, so we started to have kids dress up, and the vendors will pass out candy as well. We also have different themed events where we have young entrepreneurs that can come in and have a complimentary booth just to kind of help them, boost them in getting into being an entrepreneur. We love that Lassen's plans their steamboat evenings the same night as ours. We feel like it's a really cool thing. People can come view the lake from a different point of view that's not on land. We do have a lot of people that like to come and enjoy the beach during the day, and then they walk over to the market afterwards, and if it's hot, it's just so nice to be able to have people go and cool off and go swimming and things like that. We love that the pier is located right there and that a lot of boats will pull up and enjoy the market with us. Our vendor group has over 500 people in it that rotate in and out of the market throughout the season. Some come for the full season where they get the rate of, it reduces down to $38.50 per market. If they want to come just one time, they do pay $50. All of our applications are online, so if anyone wants to see what the application process looks like, I encourage you to check that out. The vendors are required to send in pictures of the product, and we work hard behind the scenes to ensure not to have repetitive booths. Those applying anything to the skin or consumed are required to list Cedar Lake Farmers Market as additionally insured with the location of the town grounds. Something that I do that we offer is social media classes for the vendors. They can come in, we usually hold it at like Sip Coffee House or different things like that. We had it at Pops last year. I had 22 people, I actually had to call my husband and say, can you bring in some folding chairs, please? There were so many people that were wanting to learn, it was really cool. We totally packed up that restaurant, which was really awesome that they let us do that there. And so we like to encourage them and teaching them about social media. A lot of times vendors are new, they need a little bit of help in the area of getting a health department certification, ServSafe certifications, insurance, or things like a tax ID. So I will help walk them through that process and brainstorm with them as well on different ways that they can promote their business within the community. So we try hard to support local and small businesses. My goal with the Cedar Lake Farmers Market is to be a vessel that brings our community together by providing a safe environment for families to have fun and enjoy the beautiful lake at the same time. So I know you guys probably have some additional questions for me, but I just wanted to kind of introduce myself, tell you what I'm about, and kind of what we are doing here.
I will say that the town council once tried to start their own farmer's market. We had 2 vendors show up, and we had to give it up because we didn't know what we were doing. And I will say that I've gone to a number of the times when they're down here when I'm available and walk through, and everybody seems to be having a good time. And I think if we lose it, another community will want to steal it. Because I've had nothing but good reports that they think we've got the best farmer's market anywhere around.
What was your anticipated start date for this year?
So it has always been the 2nd and 4th Wednesday, May through October. So I was just thinking we would keep with that same.
So May, yeah.
May 11, I believe, is the first Wednesday, or May 8th.
May 8th, so
May
October
8th, yeah.
23rd.
Is this, I haven't been involved in any discussions, negotiations, anything with this. Is this all ready, or where are we at with this?
Well, I know Mary Joan and I, as council affairs, wanted to actually sit down with Ms. Dykstra and Jeff, since Jeff, according to the covenants, is basically, where does it say, directed by the town manager, is where she's gonna get her direction from, once this is signed, that we'd like to sit down and just go over a few things on the contract for some of the concerns that some of the people have that you've heard today. So sooner than later, that's why I was specifically asking on the start date.
Oh, yeah.
You know, we've had a lot of other things going on, and I know Jeff's been getting caught up with a lot of stuff, so if we can kind of coordinate with Jeff on your schedule, when Mary Joan and I can meet and sit down and kind of just go through
Since it's not
it.
market season, I'm pretty open, so.
Yeah, well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying, sooner, you know,
Yeah.
and I'd like to see it as in actually before the next meeting, so we can actually get it on the next
Yeah, we can do
agenda.
it end of this week or next week, whatever you guys.
You know, which I would want to say to defer it today to put it on in 2 weeks from now.
And we're just looking for some consistency and putting in a resolution form, like the Summerfest is in a resolution form, so we're comparing apples to apples. And so, you know, like you do
What are
provide
some of- yeah,
security,
yes,
you
they
do
were.
provide insurance,
Yes.
you know what I mean? The
Yeah, and I
electricity
don't
was
know if you guys
questioned.
need like the pricing on that. It happened
Yeah.
to be that I did my taxes this
Right.
morning, so I was like, this comes at a good time. I had it already printed out, but we do have 2 police officers, at $40 an hour, totaling about $400 each market. 2 live musicians that we pay, $350 to $450, depending on how many we have. We have assistants and helpers that help set up the garbage in the morning, take the garbage in the evening and dump it, make sure we go through everything and everything's clean, bathrooms, all that kind of stuff. That costs on average between $500 and $600 per time. We have insurance for the season that costs $2,046, so it comes to about $170 per market. The rental of the town grounds totaled $5,595 over the course of last season, averaging about $466 per market. We do some advertising and planning. That comes out to about $75 per market. It's $900 for the season with the Northwest Indiana Town Planner. We have to pay like a young man that puts the signs up all around the town, just because we don't have any option to have a permanent sign, so that is $50 per time. website management, application processing, and invoicing by our admin, is approximately about 151 per market. The total is 1,812, for the season. So those are some of the bigger numbers. I don't know exactly if you guys are looking for other things other than that, but.
I think that'd probably be best to have these discussions, like you guys are looking for, between now and the next town council meeting. You guys could fine tune this.
And I just thought there might be something we could clear up like quickly, so the electricity, Mary Jo, you had mentioned that the farmer's market, Summerfest pays the electric, the municipal
Yeah, for the
bill.
one pole, yeah, that's our pole.
Do they pay for it for the entire year? Like
You have
every
to,
month?
because it's our pole, it's, the one back at the back fence is our pole. So that's something you want to discuss too.
I don't think that we use that one on the back fence.
Because it was realigned for outlets for you, we had outlets on it, it was changed out, so we needed to be changed back to, for our use. If you don't use it, that's great.
If we could look at exactly
Yeah.
and make sure,
Oh,
but.
that's
the
what I mean.
main
That's why we
ones that
need to sit
use-
down
Yeah, the main
and-
ones are like, is where the food is, and at the very front,
Right,
yeah.
this is in the back corner.
No.
Okay.
we don't
Well,
do that
you
one.
guys.
But I mean, that's what I mean, we need to sit down and
Sure.
discuss
Yeah.
it, so everybody's on the same page.
Right.
Okay.
And I was just gonna say, if Summerfest is paying this utility, this electric bill all year, maybe that's something we could look at, the town paying for it, if it's like a nominal fee, because there might be other events that plug into that pole that we don't even realize. So Jen, like, if you could get those numbers from the billing, or can you get those numbers?
Well, that would be a request, you would have to request that of
Of
Summerfest, because as of
Summerfest.
right now, Summerfest pays it.
Because if
I
it's,
think the bill is what, $35 a month, Mary Jo?
When it's not used.
when it's not being used.
When it's not being used?
Yeah, there's a minimum.
There's a minimum that we have to pay.
And if you wanted to put like a lock on it to make sure that nobody accidentally puts
Messes
their
with
phone
it.
charger in it.
Sure,
Sometimes I know people will do that, if they're like, oh, I see an outlet, let me just, we can just lock it off or whatever, you know.
So maybe that's one thing that I
Yeah.
thought could be cleared up.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Dick, if I could just say one thing real quick.
Sure.
The biggest objection or clarification that I guess that I have seen through the building department next door is the rain dates. Because the rain dates, if they get pushed back to the 3rd or the 1st, depending on how the 4th of the month comes, directly influences the use of the town council or the
Yeah,
town
that we
chambers.
did have that situation last year, and we did get some parking attendants out there and put signage up to let people know, and they did talk to anyone that tried to come into like this area and told them they were not allowed to park. And it was okay, and I did follow up with people that were in here to make sure that there was no one looking for a parking spot, you know,
Okay, well, like I said,
because I know that was.
I'm not sure if it was a big consternation on anybody's part, but
Last year was the first year that we had incorporated the rain dates, which was really awesome, and it was a good thing for the vendors, for sure.
okay, well, like I said, I'm just,
Okay.
my observation was that was one point of contention that they'd like to
And I
have
could see
addressed.
that, yeah, because you don't want to not have parking or have people have to compete. It's a lot of parking, you know.
It is.
Okay. What's,
The finite amount of space with, cars that take up that space. And people.
what would be the board's pleasure here then?
Well, I'd like to make a motion to defer this until the next meeting, which would be the February 20th meeting.
Okay. And you guys will get a meeting with, Ms. Dykstra?
Would you want me to be present at that February 20th meeting, or is this something we're going to do and then?
If you guys get all the details kind of hashed out and everybody
Right.
seems to
Okay.
be good with it,
I'm
you don't
traveling
need.
soon, so I'm just.
Yeah, I would
Well,
think you don't need.
You got 3 girls at home, I do too, and I understand
Yeah.
time constraints. Your husband still got all of his hair. Mine's going.
That's because he lights on fireworks.
That's what I need to start doing. Okay. All right, we have a motion by Mr. Teal to defer. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Seconded by Mr. Parker. This item will be deferred to the February 20th meeting. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Teal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Recupido?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Thank you guys for coming tonight.
Yeah.
Thank you. Number 5, 2023 Indiana Medicaid EMS Supplemental Payment Cost Report Engagement Letter, Rooney and Co. Ms. Sandberg, I think you'll take this one?
I will. So this is an engagement between us and Rooney and Company. This is for preparation of a cost report related to the Indiana Medicaid freestanding governmental ambulance provider cost report for the year ending December 31st, 2023. So this is to determine whether or not, through the Medicaid program ambulance cost, whether or not the town can receive additional Medicaid reimbursement. So we've engaged with Rooney and Company since, I want to say 2015, 2016 is how long we've been doing this. And annually, we have received a reimbursement. Some years are greater than others. I believe the last 2 years, the reimbursement has been approximately around $8,000. 1 year, we had $21,000 reimbursed to us. So that money goes into the general fund because that is where all EMS revenue is placed into. Could not think of that for a second, lost it, sorry. So traditionally what we have done is we have done this based on the contingency fee of 25% of the payment.
Contingency fee, okay, that was gonna be another question I had, okay. All right, thank you, ma'am. Any questions on this item? So we come out ahead on it.
We do.
We come out ahead.
Every year we've come out ahead?
As far as I'm aware, I can pull the reports and share them with you tomorrow.
Just a random thought, that's all.
Okay. Do we have any questions for Ms. Sandberg? No? Okay. Well, we have this item for consideration on a contingency fee basis. Do we have a motion?
I'll make that motion.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Dixon, seconded by Mr. Teal to approve the 2023 Indiana Medicaid EMS Supplemental Payment Cost Report Engagement Letter with Rooney and Company on a contingency fee basis. Any discussion? Roll call?
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julia Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Teal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Recupedo?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Next item, professional services agreement, Crow.
I will also take this one.
Okay, ma'am, please proceed.
So this is an agreement for general services with Crow, but specifically the work I need them to complete right now is an arbitrage calculation for the 2022 A and B series bonds. Per that agreement on the bonds, we are required to do an arbitrage calculation annually.
Okay. And this is an agreement that we had bound previous years, or is this something new?
For this bond, it is new, but in previous years, Crow has completed arbitrage calculations for us related to other bonds.
Okay. Now I see I think there's an hourly rate on here for different services. Do we know about how much this is usually gonna cost us, like a ballpark? I know they have it broken down with different services.
I believe the last one we had was, it couldn't have been more than a few thousand, but I can look at the last invoice we paid out to them related to an arbitrage calculation, because
Is this something that has to be acted on tonight, or does the board wanna?
yes, because I believe there's a deadline to get the arbitrage calculation back to region.
Okay. Okay.
So we got 4 different costs there, but we don't know which one.
Technically 5. Technically 5 without a pocket.
That's an hourly rate, yeah.
Yeah.
It is Jennifer Wilson from their office who completes the work for us.
Not to exceed on it.
Yeah, that's a good idea, Craig. Can we do that?
Well,
I mean, we can.
We don't know what it's been on average.
Yeah.
I can pull those numbers for you and send them out to you tomorrow morning, but this calculation is
You think
not
it's less than
something.
$4,000?
I really don't see it being more than that.
not to exceed 4,000 be okay?
Yes, and if by chance it does, then I'll just come back to you folks when the invoice is received.
Okay. Is that a motion?
I can make a motion.
Okay.
I'll, make a motion to approve the service agreement with Crow not to exceed $4,000 for the year.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Parker, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Becker. Any discussion? Yes, sir?
Just engaging on the over and the snap.
Okay.
And for the year, you should understand the arbitrage calculation happens immediately. It'll be done, it'll be over with.
Okay. Very good, thanks for the clarification. Any discussion on the motion? Roll call?
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Seal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Recupedo?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Next item up, professional services agreement with Veritas Group. Hello, gentlemen.
Hello.
Well, go ahead, just state your name and address.
Okay,
please.
I'm Jack Woods, Director of Community Economic Development for the Veritas Group, 6280 North Shadeland Ave.
Okay.
Pete Olson, I'm the Director of Government Advising and Innovation with the Veritas Group, also at 6280 North Shadeland Avenue.
Indianapolis?
That is correct, sir.
Okay, what are you proposing here?
Sure, so we're proposing a renewal of our annual retainer contract. We've been working with the town since, I believe, 2021. It started with the old comprehensive plan. Since then, we've been helping with implementation of that plan and also serving as a sounding board for previous councils and the town manager to evaluate economic development and redevelopment projects. So we propose a renewal of that contract. I will note with some of the developments you've had today at this meeting, we can be flexible. I think we're not necessarily pro-development or anti-development. We're an unbiased resource for you to come to as you evaluate your economic development future. So with that moratorium, we can be a resource to kind of help guide timelines, strategies, resources, help with some of the data gathering, those sorts of items. And then I guess the other piece that's important to call out, with Jeff kind of assuming this role, in the past we've communicated closely with previous town managers. Would be happy to continue in that role, be available as needed to answer questions as he kind of navigates his new position. And I think Pete, also a 25-year town manager, can provide some expertise on that as well.
Okay.
Please, Pete. Yeah, just so, I'm kind of new to this part of it. I've been up a couple of times with Jack and his division, but as he mentioned, I've spent 25 years in municipal management, both in Nebraska and then the state of Indiana. The last 16, I was with the town of Yorktown, working through that process. And so just wanted to make sure that you all were aware that the services, as Jack, we're unbiased. We just want to add capacity to your staff to make sure that as you're working through processes, that there's sounding boards that we can help guide and or assist in making recommendations to getting projects done and moving them forward.
Okay. Very good. Any questions for these gentlemen?
I don't have any.
No?
You're not working on Midway Gardens anymore, right?
We're not.
No, because that, is that what you were referring to? No.
That is the Potawatomi, Shilling bought all that property.
Oh, you're talking about...
Home and all the way
All
down.
right. Well, I just wanted to make sure Midway Gardens was no longer on
No,
there.
that would be the Potawatomi complex.
In this complex.
You're moving the Lake Shore back.
Yeah.
We don't have much going on.
Yeah.
Are we in position with a contract right now? We're not sure what's going to happen. I mean, if we approve it, we're spending $4,000 in a month, and they're just sitting there waiting for our direction to say yes or no. I don't think that'd be wise.
You make a good point. I mean, we are in a transition phase, guys, you know, and There's gonna be a new vision with this council, as you're seeing evident tonight. So Mr. Becker is bringing up some valid points with that. And this is I think the cost was $4,000 a month, is it?
Mhm.
It's for a year contract, is that what it is?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Okay.
My feeling is we need to get into serious tightening our belt mode around here. And, figure out where we need to be financially.
Yeah.
And then also, we need to know what our resources are that we have to work with, so like water and sewer, number one.
I agree.
Yeah. Yeah, as you guys see, the moratorium that just was approved, we're still gathering information to see where we're going. So, is this something that...
Can I ask one quick question?
Sure.
As far as the project up on the hill, you guys will be our representative on that through the end of that project, or will that cease if there's action?
We will still be a representative on that project. That runs through David, who presented earlier. He's the director of our voters representation team, so that would still continue, yes.
So this basically is a separate,
It is,
Okay.
yes.
Okay. All right, what's the board's pleasure here? Are we prepared to accept this, or we're not ready for it, based off the circumstances?
My opinion, right, for me, myself, I can't accept it the way it is right now, not with the moratorium.
Yeah.
But that's just me.
Okay.
So that's up to you guys, what do you want to do?
Okay.
I guess the only thing that I could say, with them offering some compelling evidence that, maybe they would be a good sounding board for, other programs, initiatives to take on, that would help us through, this, continuum as far as, what the next few months here, may mean for us, or I guess that's my only concern.
Yeah, I share Mr. Becker's concerns that if we're not ready to use the services, paying $4,000 a month just yet, it probably isn't honestly for us fiscally responsible, and it's something that if we need it, we could pick up at a later date. I'm sure you guys would be willing to work with us on that if we need it.
Yeah, I think we're all about adding value and making sure that you feel like we're adding value. So if it is a later date, we understand, and if, you feel like you want to renegotiate the rate or anything like that, we'd be open to those conversations as well.
Okay.
So.
And even more so, the services that we're providing, right? Like, I think there's some concern about the services that we were doing, working with the previous council. Obviously, you've got lots of concerns about how you're gonna find, whether it's, do you have capacity or what are the priorities? All of those are things that we can help with, whether that's helping put in place a strategic plan for the city moving forward, what you really want to focus on, or, town, going back to my old Nebraska days, or just, helping Jeff as he's progressing and trying to figure out how we work through the capacity issues and those kinds of things. The contract that Jack ultimately sent dealt with what we had been working on. We want to make sure that you as a community are moving forward in the way that you all want to do as elected officials and the public here.
Okay, were you guys involved in the comprehensive plan updates in the past in this town?
We were, yes.
Okay. All right.
I guess the other thing that we could propose too is, instead of doing it on a retainer of $4,000 a month, we could just do a not to exceed hourly rate. So if you're waiting and we're not billing hours, we wouldn't bill you.
Okay.
So that's another option as well.
So can we do kind of like on an à la carte basis?
Yeah.
Like if we need you for certain projects that you have helped us with in the past?
Yeah.
Because I have seen, the work you've done that we didn't have the staff or the expertise or the connections to do, but I can understand not wanting to enter into a contract at this point.
Yeah.
So if we could leave that on the table, if you're willing to work with us if we do have some sort of project where, hey, this is what they're good at, this is what they're the experts at, we can still call on you.
Sure, yeah, we'd be happy
So I
to
don't
do
know
that
if that's
too.
an option.
And we, yours isn't the only one, we may be looking at a wide variety of things to cut
Yeah,
because of uncertainties.
Yeah, that might be something to consider. Right now, we have this agreement in particular on our plate to consider, but, that might be something obviously to consider. It's a good proposal, I think, to consider.
There's just so many things that are out of our scope, you know, out of our wheelhouses here in this building that I feel like they would add value to.
I will note, if I may, to that example, I think I helped with the redistricting,
Yes.
for the council district. So it's not just the development piece, there's a wide breadth of stuff that we can help add capacity around.
Okay. No? Okay.
So, that a motion would be to not approve this agreement, right? And then it would have to be a whole separate agreement for us to vote on later.
Mr. Austin, do you concur?
It's either that or a deferral and put it on the table.
Okay.
Not act on it.
Well, I mean,
Not act on it.
even at that, to put it on the table, though, we'd still have to kind of get this still redrafted if it were to be a, as needed, instead of the 4,000 a month.
Right.
So,
But we could just defer it and let them bring
Yeah.
a different proposal to the next meeting.
I think we need to, my opinion is we need to suspend it until we evaluate first what they've done for us so far and how that fits in with the plan going forward. And if we need to revisit it, we'll revisit it. If we can afford to, and it makes sense to.
One of the items referenced in your moratorium resolution was the development of a comprehensive master plan that's reflective of the times we're in and the community where we're at. This company is very familiar with our town and would be up to speed significantly quicker than any new vendors coming along. So holding on this contract proposal makes sense, don't act on it, of course not. It's not in tune with where we're at right now. But don't throw the baby out with the bathwash. And they bring back a pro forma type agreement that is more usable for where we're at. You can certainly consider that at that time. And in the meantime, we're working on the various things that the moratorium called for that might need those kinds of services.
I don't think that there's anybody in this room that likes the current master plan.
It's only been changed 4 times since 2012, I don't know. So we'll have to pick at.
Yeah. New council, new vision, I suppose, right?
That's my view.
Yeah.
That's happened a lot.
Yeah.
Good.
So what's gonna be the board's pleasure here?
I'd like to make a motion to defer this and let them bring an à la carte package back to us.
Okay. We have a motion to defer by Mr. Carnahan. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, seconded by Mr. Teal. Any discussion on the motion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
No.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Teal?
Yes. Greg
Parker?
No.
Nick Recupero?
No. Motion carries
4 to 3.
4 to 3. Yeah. All right, gentlemen, so come back with, as Mr. Carnahan
Guess
said.
we'll be talking.
Yeah.
Good. Thank you.
Thank you guys for coming up here.
Thank you.
Okay, number 8, consider fire department line item transfer request. Ms. Sandberg.
So I spoke with Mr. Runge, after I had received this request, and I'd like to update, the processes within the office. Traditionally, line item requests that are between the same series, so between personnel services lines, between materials and supplies, miscellaneous services, or capital outlay, departments have been able just to submit a request and then the transfer's done so long as appropriate funds are available. What I would like to change up for the process is any request over $1,000 must come to the council to be approved by the council before moving forward with. So the fire department has submitted a request for $2,000 to be transferred from 101-005-399, which is their facilities line item, to 101-005-394, which is the training line item.
Okay. I have a question. Why is it $1,000?
Because that is the number I chose.
Could it be less?
Oh, absolutely, if that's what you want.
I think.
Do you want every single transfer request to come before the council? We could most certainly do that.
I just feel like we need to be watching our money for the foreseeable future. And, I mean, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I don't think our financials, and we're gonna hear from Sue Hayes a little later tonight around council reports. But, I don't think our financial situation is as rosy as everybody thinks it is, and I just think that would be helpful to make everybody mindful of it.
Okay, so moving forward, you want to see every single transfer request that comes in?
I don't know that I'm gonna go that far. If it's an emergency and it needs to be taken care of immediately, then there needs to be some process for that, but just, we need to be watching dollars.
Okay, so when you receive the manual journal entry report each month, you can see every one that is done. It shows up there in the report for you.
Is that the money spent already at that time, though?
The transfers have already occurred at that point, yes.
Not
So,
spent, though.
not necessarily
Transferring
spent,
into
but the
another line.
transfers have occurred.
What do we do if they blew a head gasket on an engine?
That would be an emergency.
What she's referring to, though, is the money that we've already been allocated in our budgets to be able to transfer them to another line. So, let's say my vehicle repair, line item starts running low because we had a bunch of breakdowns. And I have found that I didn't need as much in another line, I transfer that money over to continue to pay for vehicle repair.
And I would consider a breakdown in your department an emergency.
Thank you, I appreciate that. But that's what she's saying. Historically, if it was within the same series, 300, we could bring it to Jen and she would change it. What she wants to do is, for anything over $1,000, whether it's in the same series or opposite, you know, with the 200 or 300 series that we have.
Well, if it's anything outside of the same series, that already requires a
Correct.
resolution to be approved by the town council.
So you were already seeing that anyways. If I was trying to transfer out of the 100 series into 300, which is vehicle maintenance, it already came to you no matter what. But I just want to clarify that it doesn't mean the money has been spent, it just means that we're running low on a specific line and we want to make sure that it's good for the rest of the year.
I just want to be careful.
I mean, however you guys want to work it, I'm absolutely okay with. If you want to make it a lower number, $500, make it for, you know, anything related to vehicle repairs, we'll call that an emergency. Anything related to, I mean, really, I would say vehicle repairs are what we classify as an emergency.
Anything that would
Stop operations.
interrupt the service to the public would be an emergency repair for fire and EMS and police, for sure. There's a whole lot of departments here with a whole lot of equipment, and I just feel like we should be more mindful of what we're spending when we're spending it. I don't know what the number is.
How many transfers do you normally have to handle per year?
Some departments more than others. I couldn't give you a number off the top of my head, but we do at least a couple each month.
Okay.
I think I did 2 last year, maybe 3. We had a couple at the end of the year because
Vehicle repairs.
vehicle repairs and one item came in short, not for anything that we did, but. So officers on my department, up until first class are automatically get promoted, right? So they go from probationary to patrolman to first class. Once they hit first class, they have to go through the promotion process. That was not included in the line item for their pay. For a couple of our young officers that went from probationary to patrolman, so it was
minor amounts, but.
What are you thinking?
Jen, you suggested $1,000, right?
Yes, that's what I had stated to Mr. Bungley, and why I asked it to be put on the
If we cut it
agenda.
lower, are we making your job harder?
Well, no matter what, it's still flowing through my office, so I wouldn't say it necessarily makes my job harder. It does then kind of prolong that transfer, so I guess the next discussion would be if there's something that, maybe I don't consider it an emergency, and so I ask for it to come before the council. Maybe a department head disagrees with me.
So since she's recommended 1,000, can we go along with her?
That's what you want, you're gonna make that work, and everybody's gonna be mindful?
I mean, that's what I sent out already to the department heads, but again, I mean, it was just a number I picked. Because traditionally you don't see requests for smaller numbers unless it gets to the end of the year. And, you know, we're talking the last month of the year and things are really running short and somebody needed to order, you know, some more, let's say miscellaneous supplies, like specifically fire department, if they need to order some more latex gloves or something like that, you know, and their supply line is getting a little short, they'll need to transfer a little.
You want to keep it at 1,000 or you want to keep it 500? Would be better.
Asking Greg, right?
Anybody.
Oh.
I say keep it 1,000 because I trust Jen's judgment on this, so. Simple.
Yeah. We can always change it, right?
Yeah, if by chance, you know, maybe you guys don't like what you're seeing happening, or, you know, then we can reevaluate it.
Okay. All right, do we have excuse me, do we have a motion to consider this fire department line item transfer request?
I'll make that motion at, recommendation of the clerk treasurer of $1,000.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll
Well,
second.
No. Well, this is just for the transfer,
This
Bob.
is for the transfer. Their request was $2,000. What my recommendation is that any requests received that are $1,000 or more will be brought before you all.
Okay, I concur with what she just stated.
Okay, thank you, Bob. We have a motion.
Is that part of the motion? Part of this?
Shouldn't be.
No.
No, the item before you is whether or not to allow the transfer of $2,000 from line.
Oh, so we're just approving this transfer, we're not
Mhm.
taking your recommendation.
Correct. Do you
Technically,
need
it's not
do you
the
need
item.
action on that recommendation, though? I mean, is that a policy call? I mean,
Yes.
To me, that's just a policy call, but if you don't like the policy I've established, you can.
I'm okay with going with, Jen's. I think it's a step in the right direction.
I just want everybody to have the same set of guidelines.
When I
So this would be-
I sent out to all department heads.
Okay.
This will be to approve the $2,000 and to establish $1,000.
She's already
No, just to approve the
Just to
transfer,
approve
Bob.
this, okay.
Yep, okay. We have a motion.
To approve, the $2,000, transfer.
Yes, sir. We have a motion by Mr. Carnahan.
I'll second.
Seconded by Ms. Rivera. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan,
Yes.
Julie Rivera,
Yes.
Chuck Becker,
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon,
Yes.
Richard Teal,
Yes.
Greg Parker,
Yes.
Nick Recupido.
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Number 9, sewer elimination agreement for 11104 West 133rd Avenue.
A demolition.
This was a demolition? Okay. We've done these before, pretty cut and dry.
Yes, and we have received confirmation from the sewer department that it has been properly inspected.
Okay. Do we have a motion to accept this sewer elimination agreement?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
They do know that they'll have to pay more if they build something there and reestablish that sewer.
Yes, we make sure to explain that. We've asked for the building department to make sure that anybody who comes in, with any requests, that they're immediately sent over to the utility billing side. That way we can discuss with them.
And all certification has been done, that, everything's been, closed off, the sewer and everything?
Yes, sir, we
I
received.
usually, in the past, I've got certificates stating that, but I didn't see any of that in here.
Within my files, I did receive the form from the sewer utility department that was signed off, by, I believe it was Mr. Martin, that everything has been properly disconnected.
Okay. We have a motion by Mr. Becker, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julia Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Seal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Cupido?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Page number 10, consider a quit claim deed of a small parcel of land to Pinecrest Marina and related documents. Mr. Austin?
This is a .58 acre parcel owned by the town adjacent to Pinecrest Marina. It's been discussed as being transferred in connection with subdivision plat and PUD site. And that's what this deed is about.
Okay.
Does it have value?
None.
And all the, I think it was brought up recently about the professional fees in regards to getting that.
All that goes through the billing department to the end user.
Okay, billed to them. Okay.
And they'll pay for that, the developer?
Like all developers.
Okay, I just want that clarified. Mary Jo, is your question been answered?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Do we have a motion on this item?
I'll make a motion to approve.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Motion by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Parker to approve this quit claim deed. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julia Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Seal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Cupido?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Number 11, approve the use of Town Hall as a polling location for the 2024 primary and general elections on May 7th, 2024, and November 5th, 2024, respectively.
So moved.
Okay.
No discussion?
It's like you've done this before, Bob.
It just happens every year.
Okay.
I guess, can I chime in on this for just a minute?
But we should have a second
Yeah,
then when we
but-
have.
I'll second his
discussion.
motion.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Discussion?
Who made the second?
I did.
Greg did. Greg did.
Go ahead, Mr. Bungie.
Jennifer, made available to me a report as far as what costs we incur to host the general election here. And I realize we can't do anything about it. I think we're compelled to do so. But since we're talking costs and obligations and things, I just thought it'd be refreshing to everybody to know that, this is not something that just falls into us and everybody's peachy keen and happy when it's all over, because, we lose money out of our,
The property tax distribution. So
our-
I
our
actually think
quarterly
I sent to you all via email, which is the first time I've actually received a breakdown like that from county. So it was kind of interesting to actually see it broken down that way. So for the general election, they attributed costs to the town of Cedar Lake of $17,700 and some change. I can't remember the exact because I don't have it in front of me. But that, along with State Board of Accounts audit, those numbers do come off the top of our property tax distribution. So in June, when we received the settlement anticipated before June 30th, what the county gives me is called a Form 22, and so it'll show the election expenses and any other miscellaneous expenses that they've taken out of our distribution receipts.
Okay.
David, is this something that other municipalities, go through? Or
Not to my knowledge.
gripe about? Okay.
First time I've ever heard this.
Well, and like Jennifer said, maybe this is the first time any of the municipalities have actually seen a broken out bill before.
Yes, because county, when they send things in full. So not only did I see ours, but I saw everybody else's too.
You saw other municipalities?
Yeah, that's how county is. They just send it out in one big giant,
So everybody's doing it?
everybody gets charged for it.
It's not voluntary.
Yeah, it's,
Further proof
The-
that
the-
nothing
the only-
makes any sense.
the only, in the past related to, say, primary elections, I believe it was my first year in 2019, there were no contested races during the primary election. So, I got a call from Board of Elections, and they told me that I could submit a letter to request that no primary election be held, since there were no contested races. And so that's what I did, because Board of Elections said I could do it, and that ended up saving us about $9,000 for the primary election. You can't really do it in the general election because different rules, but.
Okay. Very good information. We have a motion and a second. Roll call?
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Seal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Recupedo?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Number 12, appointment of a new Board of Zoning Appeals member.
I'd like to make a motion to name Jerry.
Oh, I just want to clarify, this was for the vacant spot, Mr. Bungie had served on for how many years?
Only 26.
Only 26? Okay. Not bad.
Personal ones, don't take it.
Okay, I'll open up the floor for nominations.
I'd like to make a motion to name Jerry Ryling to the BZA.
I'll second that.
Okay. Do we have any other nominations? Last call for nominations. Okay, nominations are now closed. Roll call for Mr. Riley.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Seal?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Recupedo?
Yes. Motion carries 7-0.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
That would be for the balance of the term, then Jerry would serve the balance of Jeff's
Yes.
term.
Okay.
When did your term end? Oh, you just got reappointed last year, right?
That was.
Just want to make sure the term and time
Should have been part of the motion.
on the record.
Can we get Mr. Riling, we had a training course, I think, in 2023. Do we have some kind of packet with those documents we had? Maybe we can get that over to any new appointees that training pertains to? Okay. You remember that course, right, Jeff?
Well, I'm sorry.
The training course we had in
Yes,
town hall?
yes.
We need to get that over to this
Okay.
gentleman.
Yeah, that was something that we had, yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Will he need to get sworn in before the meeting?
Yeah, I'll
You
talk
will.
to Margaret.
Yeah.
Well, just a board and commissions,
We'll shoot him an
task
email.
force kind of, informatory.
You'll have to get with,
I will
the
stop in the
contract.
office and get sworn in.
Okay. All right, thank you, sir. Moving on to reports, town council reports.
I just want to report that the Park Department's master plan, next week, we're going to meet on the stakeholders are going to host a meeting February 15th and 16th at the monastery. So we're moving forward on that master plan.
Very good.
Is Sue in here somewhere so she can get moving tonight?
You want to take care of business council reports here? You ready?
Yeah.
Sue, are you ready?
I had trouble finding the unmute, I'm sorry.
Hi, Sue.
I put the video on too. Oh, well. There, sorry. Yeah, I had a discussion with, Mr. Parker earlier, and I've also had discussions with, Mr. Cupido And then Jen and I are constantly in discussions and following recommendations from state board too, that, you know, I recognize that you guys are concerned with the outflow of cash and everything like that. Jen and I have issues all the time with where are we paying projects that we approve from. So after state board had been in, Jen decided that the best way to handle it would be that we always, when a project is recommended, approved, that we go ahead and put what the funding sources are on them.
Thank you.
Even though you guys will approve the actual payment of the invoices, which has the payment source on them, this way it's very, very transparent where everything is going to be paid from. And right now, you know, we've got a lot of projects in the utilities that are coming upon substantial completion. And they're sort of dangling out there, and we also have projects that need to be completed, like well house at the lighthouse well, those improvements. And we're going to have contingency money and some excess monies from interest earned from the state revolving fund that, you know, we've got money available. We need to use it wisely for those improvements, if that assists in getting some of the water supply where it needs to go, especially for the fire and police buildings. The other thing would be is Utopia is still out there as far as, you know, we said the contract would be $2.7 million, and we've not spent that. So we do have ARPA money remaining, we turned the ARPA money, which was from the COVID, we've turned that as quote, lost revenue, according to what was allowed by the federal government. So we are free to use it for purposes of finishing projects within the town, if you so choose. And so what we're running into, I think, and especially Jen's and my concern is, you know, we need to know what's out there as far as projects that have been already approved, and do we have the money to finish them or to even start them. The other thing is just to keep you guys apprised of it. I did get through Jen, the okay to go ahead and start. I'm working on sewer, and a sewer rate analysis, and I hope to have preliminary information to you guys before your JMOD meeting, so that sewer-wise, you know where we stand. Then water and stormwater will follow. But that was, Nick had indicated that he'd really like to get sewer as the number one there. And in trying to get you information so that you have an idea of where we stand prior to that meeting next week, I want to get out several schedules to you in draft form. And Jen should have them on Thursday just to look over so that she and I can discuss and say if there's anything that needs to be tweaked. I will tell you the one thing that I am missing is ongoing capital projects that you want to not fund through long-term debt, but fund through rates and charges, so that we know what our revenue availability is to transfer to our improvement fund. And because in water, we had presented one to the IURC in the last rate case, And that is basically what we've been using. It can be tweaked, it can be changed, but that's what I have been using to say, okay, this is what we want our roads to go to. Stormwater, basically, our rates constrict us right now because it is a different type of utility than water and sewer. It's not, when we get a new growth, a new house, we get new revenue to those water and sewer utilities. Stormwater, we don't, because land is land. And it's just, do we get vacant land at $5, or do we get built-on land for $10 when it comes to the residential? So growth is not, does not give you much more money, okay? It's very limited in it. So, I will say that preliminarily, Jen and I looked at the end of the year with our, comparison to what we budgeted to what we actually spent. And that will also come to you in a final report so that you can see. Some of our line items were not on spot, but overall budget-wise, we came in under budget. But like I said, I did notice in sewer that a lot of our payroll was less than what we had budgeted, but our health benefits were more than what we budgeted. So that's what I want you guys to see, because it's a process that we're tweaking. And we're trying to get to where we get even closer than what we were. But I think on a going forward basis, where Jen and I are the most concerned, and Jen, step in any time here, because we have these conversations all the time, is we get concerned is what source of fund is this money, are we going to pay for these projects with? And we want everybody to know that, like right now, Jen, the 133rd road raising that we've got with Nursey.
Yes.
We've got that with seeded, do we not?
The original design that was just approved toward, I think it was November or December, the design agreement with Christopher Burke, we approved that, and that will be paid for out of the seeded fund. When it actually comes around to construction time, we need to discuss that.
Yes. And that's where we want to be, where we want to really focus in on, is so that you guys have the information of what is out there and what is available to be. And what are we still waiting to finish, so that, we can reasonably plan and then understand that what you want to fund through rates in your utilities, through year over year, through cash on hand, will drive what your rates need to be. So, do you have any other questions for me or Jen? Because Jen and I pull our hair on this one all the time.
Sue, this is Bob Carnahan.
Yes, sir.
Do we have money available for the Northwest Indiana Regional Planning Project for the sidewalks from the Chamber to Constitution?
That is also another discussion that needs to occur.
I don't think we've talked about that, have we?
We have not discussed any construction funds. The only thing we have discussed is preliminary engineering, design, things like that, but we have not identified actual construction funds, because those projects where we might receive, the 80% reimbursement or 90% reimbursement?
We get 80% from the federal government, and we got to cover 20.
Okay, but ultimately, we have to pay out 100% of that. So we pay it out, then we seek reimbursement. And that kind of hits us pretty hard, especially when we have other projects, goals, and objectives going on. And there are also other costs associated with large projects like that, that NERC isn't giving us reimbursement. So we have to figure out 100% upfront how we're covering those costs, like right-of-way acquisition, or any other engineering work that needs to be done, or, what have you.
So in order to finish this analysis of the sewer fund, wastewater fund, you and Jen, you guys need to know what projects we're looking at tackling?
We would like an idea, yes,
Okay.
because, like Sue said, when it comes to the rates and telling you whether or not the rates are sufficient, we can only tell you that if, we're planning on, we need the rates because we're gonna do this. So then, we'll work from there. But if...
Well, we don't know what the plant itself needs.
That's true. So that's why Sue said it'll just be draft form, preliminary, based on the information we have right now. That way you have some information going into that JMOB meeting, and then from there we can absolutely 100%, go back to the draft.
Do we have a ballpark on the water expansion and the looping? I'm hearing, and maybe you can help, Sue, I'm hearing $2.5 million to loop the water from the east and the west side. Is that an accurate number?
I believe that is the number that we had 2 years ago when we filed.
So that number's
with
that number's 2 years old right now?
Oh, I believe so, because we had over $2 million that we had taken to include in the request to the IURC for approval, and I think I told you that earlier today, is that they would not let us leave that in there. That looping, they didn't give us any funding mechanism or assistance in it, so that when it comes time to do the looping, unless we have $2 million or $3 million on hand, then we're going to have to issue another bond. And we do have in water the smaller bond, Jen, the 2010B that was for main extension on the north side. We have that rolling off pretty soon because that was only a short-term one in water. We also, keep in mind, in sewer, we have the only outstanding debt that we have in sewer pays off with the payment on January 1st of 2025. So basically, we will be debt-free there.
What do we have do we know what we have in the sewer fund right now?
Hang on, and let me bring up something I can give you as of the end of 23.
I've got today's report ran in front of you, Sue. Which, are you looking for the WWTP special fund?
I'm looking for the number, if, let's say we had to do $10 million worth of upgrades to get any expansion for capacity for the sewer system, how much money do we have to pay for that right now?
So right now, the Fund 633, which is your wastewater township special fund, which is traditionally the fund that has always been used to pay for any capital improvements down at the plant, has a balance of $1,944,783.03.
And if we do a $10 million project, that will be a $10 rate increase.
Plus whatever the garbage is gonna increase.
Yeah.
Or plus whatever the water rates are gonna increase.
That looping of the water system, the Indiana Regulatory Commission said we had to do it by 2028, correct?
We put a date of a potential date of 2028. I am not aware that we were ordered to do it then. It's just that that is a target date that was used.
I thought they told us.
Of course, and when we do that, when we do lose the systems, then both sides of the lake, the system development charge will be the same. Right now, it's $3,209 on the west side and $2,554 on the east side. Once we get the loop, then we can raise the east side to $3,209.
I would like to pursue getting out of the Indiana Regulatory Commission again. And maybe we hire a consultant like the Crown Point School hired to get the people to agree for a tax increase on the schools. But we failed, correct, Dave, when we tried it the last time? And we prepared letters, we told everybody, but the problem is, we're paying 6 figures to go down there and talk to the Indiana Regulatory Commission, where if that was not, if they weren't, if we weren't under them, people could come here and talk to the town, correct?
Correct.
So it's costing us a lot of money.
Yeah, and that might be something that we want to pursue, and these numbers have to be brought out in the public, Bob, like you said.
Yeah.
How much we're spending just to get our foot in the door.
So they have to raise rates on the east side again?
No, Sue was talking about the tap fee.
The development charge.
Yeah. And we kind of ran some numbers on it, Sue, just when we heard this, that it would take somewhere in the vicinity, or somewhere in the realm of like 4,700 taps in order for us to get that money back. So there's kind of almost got to be some other benefits with that in order for it to be worth our time and money. What's that?
4,700?
Yeah, I mean, that's 50
years.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And that's at the $2.5, $2.8 million figure, which we know isn't correct anymore.
Plus at least another 500,000, maybe more.
Go ahead, Mary.
Sue, this is Mary Joan Dixon. I have a question for you. It was mentioned in the past years by the past council that you submit a quarterly report. Who do you submit that quarterly report to?
Who I reported it to was town manager, and I think, Jen, you were CC'd on it too,
But we didn't have...
Last year was the first year we did a
Yeah.
budget for utilities,
Okay.
and we had some issues getting it into the computer, so what it did, we also changed, we also expanded our expense accounts, because with the idea in water, we did a cost of service study when we filed for new rates. What it did, what I had to do was I had to further break down an expense item like parts or materials and supplies into the different categories, like what was public works, what was quote town, what was utility infrastructure, and like that, and to get to where you can price out what your rate should be as far as demand versus usage, and like that. And what we did is we expanded our expenses so that when we actually pay it, it is breaking it down for us. Well, we didn't get it entered into the system until the beginning, at the end of February. So we had 2 months that we were using just the combined big account, and then it broke it down past that. So I had to break it down every quarter. I do have, I can find those budget reports that we gave, but that took us, we couldn't do it until about, mid to late of the month after the end of the quarter. So it,
I think it was close
you
to
get the first
like
quarter,
3
maybe at the end of April. And like I said, please understand that 2023 is the first year that a budget was ever done for the utilities.
I appreciate this information.
Anything else for Drew?
Not right now, I don't.
No?
The other thing on the sewer, when you get it, council, is the fact that I am not including anything in the capital improvement line. So what you'll see is our rate, the revenue is more than what we're spending. But that tells you what we can do in capital also. Or if you want to say, because it was, while it may not be as robust as all of us would like, I do believe it is a positive because what I am seeing is, if you'll hang on just a minute, I can let you know, because I was pleasantly surprised with it. What I'm looking at, if I look at, before any adjustments, and I use only the 23 information, there's no capital in there. We have $929,342 that we could send to our capital improvement funds, or our 633, because understand that your system development charge we keep in a separate account. That does not get commingled with operating income, it stays in a separate account. And that is meant to growth paying for growth. And Jen, do you have what 631 was?
I can.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
isn't this like the beginning of the moratorium study?
Sure is.
It's kind of like the
Yes.
first.
So Fund 631, which is the wastewater development fund, has a fund balance of $2,316,460.58. And that fund, in the recent years, what we've been using that for is anything related to the West Side Sanitary Sewer Interceptor. So right now, Phase 1 is under construction. It's being paid for out of their design for Phase 2 and Phase 3.
How much of it's paid for?
West Side you mean the construction
Is
of
it paid
Phase
for
1?
to the railroad tracks where it's stopped right now?
I would have to pull the last pay request and see what work completed to date
I believe
is
it
on
is.
that.
I believe so. That was the last, I think that there's maybe a contingency that was out of the final done, but that last 800 or whatever that last payout was, that bore and jack underneath the railroad. So that was the final step of Phase 1. So there's still the closeout stuff, but that was, there's some like a 10, I don't know how much the contingency is on that, but there is some left after the year time period to be finished off, but it's close.
So we still got Phase 2 and Phase 3 to take care of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The last pay request was pay request number 9, and total completed and stored to date was $3,855,634.08. You had retainage of $125,093. Amount previously paid out, $3,180,361.25. And the current payment that was due with pay request number 9 was $550,272.83.
So it's just a retainage? That's what's outstanding, looks like?
Yeah.
Give or take?
Give or take a couple.
Okay.
May not do
Did they say the retainage was on that?
$125,093.
Then they released, that was to LGS, right?
Yes, that was pay request number 9 for project 1.
Okay, then they must have, they released some of the retention on that, the retainage on that. Because on 8, the retainage was, after that pay request, it was $225,675. That's the issue that Jen and I run into, is because all of this keeps on going in, and we get approval, but then when we really start looking at it, we're going, well, wait a minute, what'd you do here? So I guess if they've released some of that 500,000, then Jen must have been a release of retention.
Yeah, I see, I just pulled up pay request number 8, and as of pay request number 8, that retainage was $218,250.93.
So they must have.
Substantial completion.
But I will tell you, in council, the theory was that, the intention is that Phase 2 and Phase 3 would most likely need to have a long-term financing on, since we had financing rolling off.
All right. Thank you, Sue. Do you guys have any other questions for Sue? Well, Sue, you know that we're in the middle of figuring out where we're at and where we're going, so
Yep.
we're gonna have these discussions, and I know some of these meetings are long for people, but we're trying to get you guys all the information that we're getting and work together with the community to figure out a path forward, so. We'll be in touch with you again real soon, Sue.
Okay, and I'll have that out, to Jen on Thursday so that we can look over it, and then we should be able to have the draft out to you, on Friday, so at least you have a few days to look at it before you go to that meeting.
Perfect. Okay,
But they'll only be drafts, because like I said, there's gonna be, vacant spots that you guys will want, that's what we need to figure out.
okay. All right, thank you very much, Sue, thanks for sticking around.
Oh, no problem, guys.
All right.
Good night.
Have a good night. Okay, do we have any other town council reports?
I would, just indicate that out on the counter there's a map and there's a calendar that tells you when you put your recycling out. And, that a lot of people ask for this, I've even put it on Facebook, but they are, and they have always been out on the counter there. And the white is for basically the west side, and the yellow is for the east side. So if you wanna know, have something to follow, if you forget when need to put your recycling out, there's a guideline for it.
Thank you, Mr. Carnahan.
And it also shows holidays.
Yeah.
Mr. Oshin?
No reports.
No reports? Ms. Sandberg?
Just continuing with annual reporting
Okay.
and working on the rate analysis as requested.
All right, thank you. Town manager, Mr. Bungie?
Well, with all everything we hashed through and talked about, I can't think of anything else pressing that's on my plate at the moment.
Okay.
No reports.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Kubiak, Director of Operations?
I just have that Ortman proposal for the Robbins House wells that I discussed with a couple of you guys. Jennifer suggested that we get a feel for you guys to kind of go ahead and get it on the schedule, to get it scheduled, and then that you guys ratify that decision at the utility board in 2 weeks. That was her recommendation. I would anticipate, nothing would start till then, but we just kind of want to get a window. This is the information that Don needs for the east side water modeling, and then also Mr. Rainey needed for the police. This was kind of just verification of the actual capacity of the Robbins House wells. Cleaning, which we've done on our other 3 locations. We've done the Lighthouse wells, we've done the Parish wells, and we've done the Havenwood wells. So they're all air bursted. They pull out the existing pump, and they put in a 400 to 500 GPM pump to do a 3-day flow test to see actually how much water that well will produce. They put air burst down in there and clean all the rock out of the aquifers and open up so the water flows in good. It's just something that we actually have a firm number then, so we know exactly what the capacity is, and it kind of it basically reconditions the wells, opens up all the places to let the water flow in, and it's just one of those things that we need to do. And basically the capacities that we have available to us are what was told from Utilities Inc., like that those wells were, so we really have no true capacity of them to know what we could do, what we could possibly do. So it's just something that we really need to do, and we really need to get it scheduled just so we can get the ball rolling. And the total for the air bursting and cleaning both wells was $38,950. So
Okay.
that was
So, that makes sense with the moratorium and gathering information. And I know that Christopher Burke was doing some modeling here on the east side. Is that information that Don's gonna need to plug in?
This is kind of the last piece of the puzzle, because we had this information we already have the information for the WPM site, so we have all that. This is the only missing piece of the puzzle right here.
Okay.
So that's that. So that's why we just wanna get it scheduled so we can get the ball rolling and get it done, so.
Okay. Mr. Austin, on a legal end, how should we handle this?
He needs a motion for you to approve him signing this and getting it going.
Okay,
And Tim was advised to bring it to you tonight.
okay. Is that a utility board item, or town council?
Well, it can be town council. You are the utility board, and you can ratify it at the next meeting. Or you can wait. It sounds like waiting's not a great option, right, Tim?
No?
Well, I mean, it's just gonna prolong, but hopefully, I mean, at the best case scenario, it will prolong it 2 weeks, but if we get on the schedule, I mean, some other stuff gets on the schedule, it could prolong it 2 months. I mean, I don't know that answer, but I was informed that the quicker we could get a signed proposal to them, the quicker we could be put on the schedule to get it accomplished. So that was the urgency in it, I guess, just to keep the ball rolling, I guess, so.
So Nick, you could still have your motion to amend the agenda and add the item and, handle it.
Okay.
I make a motion to amend the agenda and put this item before us.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Carnahan, seconded by Ms. Rivera, to amend the agenda to consider this Ortman contract. Roll call?
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Teel?
Yes.
Greg Parker?
Yes.
Nick Recupero?
Yes. Motion carries 7-0. So, this contract, that obviously that Mr. Kubiak had just spelled out, Tim, do you wanna just give us those numbers, the costs of those 2 wells?
Well, what I have here is the total was, this is for a 3-day test to do each well, which they said should be adequate, depending on they actually monitor the second well, because the second well needs to remain in production 100% of the time that the other well is being tested. So they anticipate a 3-day pump test and the air bursting, and the total is $38,950. There is a clause in here that says that if the pump test needed to exceed the 3 days, that there will be charge of $750 per day to pay for the generator fuel and the pump, which that was just a clause in there that said if necessary. In the past, the 3-day tests have been adequate for the others, but they did have a clause in there that said if need extra time, it would be at $750 a day to keep running that test if they didn't get adequate numbers. So I don't know what the chances of the $750 a day would be, but that was a clause in here, so.
So it's $38,950 for both wells?
Correct.
Both jobs, okay. Ms. Sandberg, as far as the money goes?
So based upon the scope of services identified in it, my recommendation would be Fund 660, which is the wastewater, or not wastewater, I apologize, the Water Depreciation Improvement Fund.
Okay. I think it's very important we get this done, figure out what we're working with over there, and obviously for maintenance.
Is there a limit on the number of days for the $750 a day? Within the number of...
They feel that the 3 days is adequate, but they did include, I would think, by the past, I would think that the possibility of there's probably a possibility the 4th day would come into play, but that would be it. I wouldn't anticipate, like 2 extra days, 1 for each well, if worst case scenario. And I don't know if they would have to slow it down based on the other well, they're only probably 250 feet apart, so they're gonna be monitoring the well that we're using while they're doing the test, so I don't know.
And then they'll flip-flop, and then they'll put the probe in the one that they just tested.
Correct, and in the past, like when we did the other facilities, we didn't have such a, we were able to do the Havenwood wells while we used parish wells, so we could have them both shut down while we did it, so this is kind of a little more challenging to be actually, keeping the other well in operation for the 24 hours. So this one's definitely different than the other 3 were because of that reason. They actually did the test on the lighthouse well and had to keep one going, but that demand is so low, because it's just for, that water just for one place, so there was not much demand on that well, so.
So the $750 is less than the 3 days per day, we're paying about $12,984 for each day on those 3 days, and so $750 is a lot cheaper than.
Yeah, it just says that it's, for additional days of testing, the added cost would be $750 a day, so, if there, and like I said, we have not incurred the extra days on the other 3 times we've done it at all, so. But the one difference is that the other well will have to remain 100% in operation, because that will be running the east side water off of that one well during this test, so. And then the opposite one for the next 3 days, so they can do one at a time and monitor. So they're pretty good at their, what they do here. This is, their scope of work is probably pretty close, but if you felt comfortable with adding the $1,500 for the one extra day for each well, just to have it on there, and if something else happens, if during the first test, you guys be the first to know, if something crazy happens, but we can definitely let you know at that time if something does, so. I would feel good if you put the extra, one extra day for each well, just so, worst case scenario, we did 4-day test on each well, we would be good, and then, I feel pretty comfortable with that. Just as a precaution, I don't think we really need it, but since you asked, I would say, wouldn't be a bad idea.
I just don't like open-ended stuff.
Right, yeah, I agree with you though, and that's why I wanted to bring up that they did have that on the paper. I had Margaret send it to all you guys, but it clearly says if additional days are needed, $750 a day, so. I agree with you though, it's a good idea to say, to put a limit on it, because, obviously we're not gonna be doing it for 30 days or anything, but, it's good to, put that on there.
It'd also be nice to have it completed before we get into our peak summer.
Well, we cannot do it then, so this is our opportunity, that's another reason for speeding up, because once the demand grows, we can't run off of one well anymore, so we gotta, we really need to do it sooner the better, this is the time to get it done, so.
Okay. And are we pretty sure the one will provide enough water during that time?
Yeah, we're good. Right now we are, for sure. This is the time when our uses are down, so we're good.
All right. Do we have a motion on this item?
So,
That's to approve the Ortman well, agreement with a dollar amount of, what was that, correct,
$38,950.
50, and with one extra day?
$750
Approval. Okay, yeah, with the $750, approving a possible expenditure of $750 per well, for 1 day, for extended testing.
Which would make it a total of $40,450, not to exceed.
Okay, do we have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mr. Becker, seconded by Ms. Rivera to approve this contract. Any discussion? Roll call, please.
Robert Carnahan?
Yes.
Julie Rivera?
Yes.
Chuck Becker?
Yes.
Mary Jo Dixon?
Yes.
Richard Seal?
Yes.
Mike Parker?
Yes.
Nick Recupido?
Yes, motion carries 7-0. Thank you, Tim. Did you have anything else for us?
I have a question for him.
Sure, Bob.
I already asked you on the phone, but I want it on the record here. The lighthouse well was pressure tested and it passed, right? The piping going under the road and to Lakeside?
It was.
Does that answer your question, Jerry?
Is it still pressurized?
No, it's not pressurized anymore, no. They actually pressure tested it, they chlorinated it, and then they drained it as best possible just because of the situation that it's not being used at the moment. That was the recommendation that they made to do, so that's what we did.
Will they re-pressure test it when they fill it up again?
Oh, yeah.
And if it
They'll have to be
doesn't pass,
flushed.
they repair it?
What's that?
If it doesn't pass, they repair it. If it doesn't pass, when they repressurize it.
The contractor?
Yeah,
Or?
yeah, whoever laid the pipe.
Is that under warranty?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, it's a warranty, yes, absolutely, but
For how long?
I don't know the situation. I mean, they fulfilled their part of, they filled it and pressure tested it and chlorinated it and did it, and, wasn't able to be pressurized by the water system as of yet, so I don't know.
Because we're not hooked up to it yet.
Right, but it's definitely guaranteed, it's got a warranty, so, I mean, if there is something within that year period, they would absolutely fix it, but I mean, that's just kind of, if it was 5 years, I would say if it's in that, the 1 year period, absolutely, they were gonna fix it, and they're gonna stand by their job, so.
So how long before you guys repressurize that?
As soon as we can get a NOI from the IDEM, so, I mean, the faster we can get this information to them, the faster that will be pressurized, so that's kind of, it's like a couple steps to get to that point, but we're.
That's why we took the steps to move this forward, to try and make things go better.
Anything else for us, Tim?
You wanna pressurize that?
I have nothing at this time, thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving on to Police Department, Chief Fisher.
Council, earlier I gave you a little packet. In 2022, nationally, there was a huge lawsuit on the opioid crisis. Most of you guys probably know about it. With Walmart, we settled with about $3.1 billion that'll be paid out. Of that, the state of Indiana got about $508 million, which they are divvying out to all the communities in the state of Indiana. The very last page shows how much money the town of Cedar Lake will receive over those increments, but it'll take 17 years to get the full amount. The total amount that we'll receive over 17 years is about $90,000. Of the $90,000, it's put into two separate funds. One's a restricted fund, very specific on what you can spend it on, and one is an unrestricted fund. But all meant for emergency services and education out there. So I went to Jen because our unrestricted fund received our first installment last year, but we didn't touch it, and requested that we take what is started to be in there, which is about $8,000, and split it 50-50 with the fire department, so that we could use it to purchase PPE equipment, rubber gloves, N95 masks, goggles, things of that nature. There's about $8,000 in there right now because that was the first installment. This year we'll get another $1,400. So that would be split down. As far as the money that's in there for the restricted, which is about $19,000, and it'll get another $3,400. We don't want to touch that until it gets some amount in there, and we had some conversation of something similar to what Crown Point's doing or possibly doing, is building some kind of trailer for opioid crisis that we could bring around to the farmer's market or to educate the public, give them literature, things of that nature. But we haven't really made any decision on what that would look like.
That's the next question I was gonna ask, did they allocate any to deal with the crisis that has been created? So we're just.
It's the reason I gave you this packet, and you'll notice on the yellow, blue, and green tabs, that was myself and my administrative assistant, or actually her, going through it and looking at potentials of what the money could be used for. But we're really getting a very minimal
Obviously, keeping the people safe that have to deal with the front line of the issue, I'm 100% in favor of, but if they're gonna make a settlement like that, something should be allocated to address the problem, counseling, education, things of.
There are some ways that it could be used in here. For that, we had intended on trying to use that if we got a social worker, because I wanted to hire a social worker last year, but the funding wasn't there. It was not allocated in our budget. Our funding resource that we thought we were gonna get through what's that called, Health Link. We thought they were gonna possibly fund it for 3 years. That fell apart. So just like every little area that we went to just lost the funding for. I wanted to have a full-time social worker. It's a brand new thing that's going on in Lake County. Griffith's got two, or Valparaiso's got one, but we don't have anything in the south. And we were hoping that they would be able to fund it. possibly use some of this money in that, but as you can see, the allocated amounts of money is very little, so it would never be able to fund a person with a master's degree in social work. So, we have hosted or have, assisted with IU over the last 4 or 5 years. We've brought in interns that, would do time with us in the police department, going over reports. Our last intern actually helped us develop our entire wellness policy, helped us develop our EAP for all the employees. So that was our purpose behind it, but unfortunately, the social work, I just couldn't get it funded. I still would like to. I think it's hugely important. That person would not only be frontline with the community, but be a resource for the community to reach out to. She would be at our station, be able to reach out. One of the things we talked about her doing would be to be able to look at reports and see when we have domestic violence issues or drug-related issues, to be able to reach out to them and say, hey, I know you're having problems, is there anything we can do to help you? Besides calling the police and when you get into fights and we showing up, what else can we do to help that? That was our purpose behind the social worker, but it just, I don't have the funding for it, I don't have the money for it. So, but in the meantime, we have a little bit in the unrestricted funds, which allows us to buy PPE. So I went to Jen about it. She said she wanted to make sure that you guys were aware of it, and that you decided we could split that down the middle so that he could buy PPE on the fire side and we can buy PPE on the, we need to order some gloves. If we can't, I'll have to take it out another line item, but. Any questions?
No, I don't.
It's
I
very
just wanna make sure
specific.
everybody's on the same page, that way, say if, police department starts utilizing these funds, that fire knows what, if we're doing a 50-50 split, or if we're just as a request comes in, that way everybody's on the same page with the restricted monies and or unrestricted monies and who's utilizing it for
I
what.
talked directly to the fire chief, he's agreeance with the 50-50 on the unrestricted funds, which is the least amount that we'll receive. The restricted funds, we're not gonna touch. Once we get some money, then maybe come up with a project that we could do together.
Is this in a non-reverting fund, or where's this money gonna be
I think it's
deposited?
in it.
It's in the state, what the state examiner's directive came out to us was that we had to have 2 separate funds on the books, one for unrestricted and one for restricted. So every time we get a distribution of the monies, which occurs annually, and then I think there was a small special distribution they did end of last year, they tell us specifically whether or not it's abated or unabated.
Thank you.
I'm okay with that. Yeah, I think it's good use.
I talked to the fire chief about it after I spoke with Jen. We sat down and she was pretty good with everything. She just wanted you guys to be aware. I talked to the fire chief. He loved that idea of leaving that restricted funds aside until he come up with a project that we think would be advantageous for the town and could help the citizens out. But the problem is, it's gonna take 17 years for that money to actually grow. So the town of Cedar Lake really got the least amount. I mean, I think Lake County's total is like $1 million.
Yep.
We always get the short end of the stick compared to other
$3
communities
million
around
in
us.
totality, $3.2 million for Lake County Sheriff's Department. Or no, I apologize, that's for Lake County, not the Sheriff's Department. But there's some departments like Gary's, 1.2 million, Hammond's 1.9 million. We're getting 90,000.
There's the number 1 and number 2 biggest municipalities.
Here.
We're 13th.
Don't want the money, I don't, yeah.
Maryville's.
They got the population issues too, so it makes
Crown Point's 4.
Makes sense.
Okay.
I just wanted to bring it for you to make sure it's okay to start using the unrestricted funds, for PP. And like I said, there's $8,100 in there right now, roughly with some change. We're
Little
only
over
supposed to
nine.
get a,
Little over 9, because we got a special distribution.
Oh, I didn't know that, but this year we're only supposed to get $1,400 in total. So, it really is small increment amounts. The first installment was a lot, or a large one, but you good with that?
Yes, sir.
Jen, you good with that? Cool. Oh, what else could I talk about? No, I'm good.
It's like.
Okay, Chief Mager?
Nothing.
Nothing, okay.
I always.
Written communication, Ms. Amber?
I'm not aware of any.
Okay, we will open up the floor to public comment for the town council.
Tracy Haskell, 13436 Osborne Street. I'm here as a Hanover School Board member. I know I've talked to some of you, Bob and Julie, I do want you to know, I have asked for town council to meet with Hanover. There's a lot of stuff that we kind of need to work out, and a lot of it has to do with our building project. We got notification today, I just read it. We were denied our next set of permits. One of them is for the bleachers for the football field. I know there's been a lot of miscommunication between Skillman and the building department. And that's one reason why we kind of want a meeting with everybody. Because I don't know if this story's straight or this story's straight. We need to get on the same page. There is some stuff I know that needs to be done, and that should have been done already. But I'm really pro on we need to work together, because we're getting what Skillman tells the superintendent, and then when I ask questions, I get different answers from the building department. I want us to get on the same page, because now there's a lot of negativity again when it comes to the school district. I don't want that moving forward. That's not how we should be. We have to work together, because we have a lot of kids and staff that live in Cedar Lake. We all need to work
It's
together.
not from this council,
No, it's not from this council.
and I don't think,
It's not from, and that's why I want to move forward in a positive direction.
So the bleacher projects, the permit was denied for
There's
what reason?
a few permits that were submitted. Jane Ball, we're putting in, like an awning for the entrance, so when you take off the buses, they're not in rain. New windows, new HVAC system, all that. The bleachers at the high school, I think there's a couple others. They were denied because they're outstanding permits still open, okay? Permits that have not been completed yet. One of them is a fire hydrant, at the middle school. Our engineer says it's fine. Town says it's not. Skillman stated to us that he reached out in May and again in September, and never got a response back. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm not here to find out right now if it is or not. But we can't move forward on stuff because we have stuff that's not completed. For us to, give me 1 second so I can pull something up so I can get an actual word that I want to say. So it's the as-built. We're asked to do as-built at all the locations. We've reached out to other municipalities. We're charged to do those. So the school has to pay to do those. Other municipalities don't do that. We can understand the high school one because there was a lot of different projects and stuff that happened at the high school one, all those projects. But to pay for it, the as-built at the middle school and Red Cedars and the admin building and everything, I think that's where there's a lot of miscommunication. That stuff has not been completed. There's some permits that haven't been the final gone through and approved
there's definitely other communities that require as-bills, I can tell you that from experience.
And the problem is that this has been a requirement from the beginning of the process
Yeah.
because the project impacted the surrounding property owners tremendously doing all of that infrastructure. So
Yeah.
we did substantial reviews on the site and stormwater detention areas and so on and so forth. So just like every other development, I mean, that needs to be confirmed that it's proper, or we're gonna have the people that are surrounding the school with
Which is understandable.
problems that we can say, well, we thought they did it how they said it.
Which is understandable. But I think we have a lot of questions. And I know you guys probably, their building department has a lot of questions and stuff. But I think we need to find a way to move forward.
Well, you want to get a meeting together with the school board on the Hanover side and the town council?
The superintendent already reached out, Nick replied to the superintendent, we're just waiting for a date.
I talked with Ashley today to have her work on scheduling that with you guys.
Yeah.
You guys are
I mean,
not,
as soon as you guys give us a date,
Yeah.
we'll be there.
She-
We will do anything that we can to be there.
Sorry for the delay. I didn't realize that you guys were in such an emergency position, and we had a lot of other facts we were
Well,
gathering too. so.
Today, they just brought in, Skillman just brought in the 2 new permits, and I told them to keep them until, I mean, we've been kicking this can down the road for 2 years now, so like, I mean, the Red Cedars school still doesn't have a final they're on a temporary occupancy because they didn't have the outside done, and I mean, we're bent over backwards to help the school open and get stuff done, but we can't just keep kicking it down the road forever and until, unfortunately, it's not the school corporation whatsoever, it's Skillman, the contractor, that is not.
Like, I don't want to here now.
I have a suggestion. Let's, if we're gonna do this, let's keep it to this.
Yes.
We'll bring the town manager, we bring the superintendent, and keep it to school board members and town council members, and let's get some dialogue started and get an outline together and work off of that.
That's exactly what I was asking for. It'd be perfect.
Don't bring the contractors. Don't bring
No, we just want school board, town council, superintendent, and town manager.
Okay.
That'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Ashley's got instructions, so.
All right,
All
we'll be
right.
waiting for the date.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Tracy.
Angie Michaelacek, 12806 Lee Court. I just wanted to comment on a few things that tonight, I mean, I wrote a whole bunch of things down, but I'm going to try to keep it real short. The one thing I wanted to say is that you had extended a credit for, what was it, Cedar View, I believe it's called. And I think this is like the 3rd or 4th time that it was extended, and I'm just wondering, because I live by the roundabout, when does that project plan on being finished?
That's a good question. You got a timeline on that, Tim?
Because I think this is the 3rd or 4th extension.
And again, some of these things some of these have been extended for 6 years, and, I mean, unfortunately, the performance part of this lasts until 80% build-out, so, depending on what happens, that's the town's rule, so we don't let them turn it over to maintenance until 80%, so.
Okay, I just had that question because I also know too that a pile of dirt was supposed to be moved and that never was. And I'm not complaining, I'm just saying, this is something I noticed because I live there.
What are
So,
we talking about?
we're talking about where the Airbnb and the Domino's Pizzas, and it's all torn up with the dirt. And, that is, that's
Cedar View, is it?
that's Cedar View, yeah, that's it, that is. That was the one you guys just, Cedar View
so that's
property.
that's that
Cedar View
site.
properties, right.
So, why was something supposed to be removed, or?
What I had said is that they were supposed to, I was told, that they were supposed to, by Ashley, I don't know if it was here, maybe in a different meeting, but that they were told to move that big pile of dirt right there by the roundabout. I'm just wondering how long.
The only thing that I know of is that the erosion control is needed. I mean, it's an active construction site, it's
Yeah.
winter. I mean, it is what it is, but there's nothing nothing that says that they can't have a pile of dirt there as long as it's properly protected for, I mean, it's
Okay,
it's an active
I was just
construction
wondering,
site,
because
so-
like I said, it's like 3 years now at least. So I was just wondering when it would get done.
It just started, I mean.
Okay, I don't want to argue, I just,
No, I mean,
so is there an
I don't
answer,
know.
like
I mean,
up to 8
they may
years,
have been in
you
the
said?
process for 3 years, but they just started the site, I mean.
Well, I'm
months
just
ago.
curious, like, how long it takes to build something in Cedar Lake and that you guys give, and what reason do you give to extend it? I don't need to know all the answers, I just want to know, the only question I want is how long it's gonna take.
I guess the
4 years?
answer is we don't know how long it's gonna take, but they started subdividing the land 3 years ago. They went through the process of getting all their approvals. They just finally made it through the process and got their approval, so they just started 3 months ago. I mean, so once that work starts, I mean, it's on the contractor to get the thing built. We're not the contractors, but that's why we have those assurities in place to make sure that the stuff is done properly.
Is there a rule?
No.
There's no rule, so they could take 10 years if they want?
Well, they have a year on a permit, and then they come in for the extension.
Okay.
And they can get an extension for another year, and I guess we're out 3 years now on this one.
Yeah, I'm just curious about that.
That's the rule.
Okay, and then the other thing, as long as you guys were talking about the farmer's market, I believe, if you're thinking about doing the agreement, I just wanted to mention that I think they have something to do with the Taylor Fest. And I just wanted to ask, of course, because like I said, I live by the roundabout, that you consider no signage be put in the middle of the roundabout, because this year, there were 8-foot-long signs, about 3 to 4 feet high, 4 of them around the roundabout. It made the vision poor.
That was the Parks Department.
Oh, okay.
That had for Taylor's Ice Fest.
Sure.
I
I'm
think make
just-
it hard to see.
I think it's just, maybe to bring to your attention that no signs be in the middle of the roundabout, and if so, maybe a smaller one, I don't know. I just wanted to tell you that.
All right.
All right, and then I also wanted to, say about, you guys pausing the building stuff, that's a really good thing, and I appreciate that. And I wanted to just bring to light that it also makes an impact on inspections. And no disrespect to anybody, but, I had seen inspections in the past just kind of done quickly, and I hope that they take the time to, whatever they are building, do the proper inspections. And this one last thing is that, it's probably just gonna be a matter of time before citizens probably start making Cedar Lake merchandise. I know that there was, the chamber, I believe annually, they have something at Hanover High School where they have like the local businesses and stuff,
Is this showcase?
a showcase, yeah. And I was just
And
wondering.
that's scheduled for April 6th, right, Mary Jo?
Correct.
Yes, and I was just wanting to just make a request that maybe somebody consider doing something like that at the farmer's market, because I do know a lot of people that would be interested in possibly finding out some more things about Cedar Lake and maybe possibly buying some Cedar Lake merchandise.
It was done once here on the town grounds, and it was a failure.
Oh, even during the farmer's market?
Well, it was our own day.
Okay, well, I'm just saying, and then also if the local businesses have to pay for the farmer's market. Because I know like Vito's goes there, I don't know if Kelly's Kernels goes there, do they have to pay to go to the farmer's market?
Yeah.
My understanding is all the booths do.
And
Aurelio's Pizza's there too,
Oh.
they got 2 different booths. They got one booth for pizza, and they got one booth for hamburgers.
Okay, well, I would just like to recommend, I guess, that they get a discounted rate since they're a business in Cedar Lake, as opposed to some people coming from Maryville in Illinois to sell their things in the community. So that's it, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Any other public comment for the town council?
Further, but just real quick, Kevin Phillips, 972 by West, 129, but just going back, when you guys talk about the sewers and all that stuff, and the water and all that stuff, I just wanted to bring up something that is in your sustainability plan, and this is in the wastewater treatment special fund assumptions. And it says, historically, this fund has also served as the town's emergency reserve funds. Recently, the funds have been used to provide for a shortfall in funding for the Eco Restoration Project. It is also anticipated that the funds for this will be used for the West Side Sewer Interceptor. A future bond issuance is to partially reimburse the use of these funds. Additionally, major wastewater treatment plant improvements are needed, and this fund will continue to provide funding for the interim wastewater treatment plant projects. And then there's a list of millions and millions of dollars of improvements and payments. And just a couple of questions. I would really like you guys, if you can, to look back at this and change this and take this emergency reserve fund thing out of it. I understand there's something, emergencies might come up, but if you need to borrow from this fund, then borrow from it and pay it back. It's our money. It's paid into the utility, not as a slush fund for projects or whatever. Any other way to put it. I mean, we're looking at rate increases, I would imagine. I just think that this needs to be changed, so that this wastewater money, the utility fund stays in utility and it's used for the utilities, because this one line in here really gets me where it says, recently the funds have been used to provide for a shortfall in funding for the Eco Restoration Project. Well, it wasn't the shortfall that paid for the majority. Okay, so I just would like to see that change. And just on a happy note, I guess I would say, I would like to thank a couple people in town real quick. I would like to thank Mr. Tim King. He took down all the trees they got all the Christmas trees for the chamber. He was nice enough to throw a bunch of them on the side for me, and they are now living in a lake as a fish habitat. So I want to thank him for doing that. And I also want to thank Chief Fisher and Chief Wilkening. Like you said about the what are you looking for?
Social worker?
Social worker. My office is often a social worker for the community. and things do come up, and last week we had a little problem that we needed to take care of, and, Billy and Todd both came out, and we all three of us went over and tried to take care of it, so I just wanna thank everybody for helping out.
Very good. Thank you, Kevin. Very much.
Yeah, Charlie Quartercraft, 9505 West 137th. Again, I'll state my opinion, the school corporation and the town, the two bodies that receive tax dollars. And, the school corporation has a lot more employees, they get a higher tax rate. I'm totally against seeing them charge permit fees for school. I mean, when I look at what the school does as education money, should be responsible for putting in a stoplight or sidewalks or permit fees. I can't justify that in my mind, and I understand you guys are new, you guys, I believe are doing a great job, but I'm with Tracy, rules and regulations to prevent additions to improvements on the schools, to keep rain from falling on the school kids, because we haven't done this, we've done that. It's like, where is the just common sense? So, I'm glad you guys are moving forward on that, and, would like to make a suggestion. Social workers, we got a lot of churches in the area with volunteer, people. So, I'd like to see maybe the board reach out to area churches, to maybe fill the gap for not having social workers. Again, I'd also like to see
That was a great idea. We already reach out to the churches. We have a great relationship. I have 2 chaplains on my department. The problem is
Yeah, I know
that they can't work in the police department because our information is protected. So, and they can't freely walk around or get the information that a social worker that actually works for us and goes through the training then knows, okay, this is the information I can give out, this information I can't. So,
again, that you can reference people to here or there for help.
Oh, we do that all the time.
So-
Yeah, 100%, yes.
So that's all I'm saying is.
Yeah, when we have a death in town, we bring our chaplains in right away, even if they are not people of faith.
I'm just saying, we have a resource.
Yeah, we use that resource, I promise you.
Again, in other ways.
Yes.
I understand.
On board.
What you're saying.
Yes, sir.
So, again, these meetings used to be opened by prayer instead of, moment of silence.
Both, would be nice.
Nick told me earlier, we'd like to get that kicked off.
Yeah, so.
I'll volunteer and give the prayer if the chaplains aren't here.
Yeah, I would too, and I'll go as far as to say that I will go around to the local churches and see if I can get one of the pastors or some of the pastors to get on board with, taking tourists to come here and do that, because I feel it's really important, as you guys do.
We used to have them come all the time.
Oh, I know.
It just dwindled away, and,
Well, again, so I'm here to revive that.
We need it now more than ever, Charlie.
Amen.
Well, yeah, I mean, so I'm offering that,
Please,
Yep.
yeah,
Yep.
please.
And I just wanna clarify one thing, the stopping the permit isn't anything against the school corporation, it's against the contractor that hasn't completed the
Well,
last
again.
project. So it's nothing to do with the school, but if we have a contractor in town that's not completing their jobs and doing what needs to be done, we can't continue to pile on. That's it, nothing to do with the school whatsoever. I just want that clear.
What I'm saying is that still money is spent on permits they could be going into.
Right, and the town council of previous has, we have a deal where they actually have, first, they only pay for portions of those permits based on regular people, because it's another municipality, so they do get a large discount for all of their permits.
Yeah.
So anything over a certain, it's in dollar amounts, but the permits for the schools is up for 50% of what they would have been to normal, so they do.
Well,
I mean, they have, in the past, they've made provisions for that.
I was thinking on a boulder like nothing.
Right, and again, that's.
Covering the cost.
You can't do that.
Well, covering the cost, yeah.
Well, that's an issue where, an inspector has to again, I'm not dinging the school,
Again,
but,
yeah.
you know, if an inspector has to go out time and time again
Again, I understand that process.
to check out, you
What
know,
I'm looking for is the minimum cost from one taxing body to the other, that's all. I'm not asking for unrealistic stuff. Yeah.
No,
Okay?
agreed.
Thank you, Mr. Corcoran. Any other public comment for the town council? Ms. Amber, do you have anything online?
No hands are raised.
Okay. Well, this meeting is adjourned at 10:37 PM. We really thank you.